It's on each of the campaigns, plus analysis on the shifting balance of power. Watch next on the CBN News Channel. CBN News, because truth matters.
Tonight, the 2022 midterm elections.
The choice between two vastly different visions for America. The stakes couldn't be higher.
At stake in Washington, control on Capitol Hill.
Turnout looks better for the Republicans and Democrats, so I'm very optimistic that we're going to win.
We're down to very close races, and we feel very confident.
Issues driving people to the polls, ranging from the economy.
And inflation is literally just off the charts.
To abortion.
I'm voting for abortion rights.
And more.
There are four big issues right now in the midterms, two that are good for Republicans, two that are good for Democrats.
From the battle for control of Congress
to the 36 states choosing their next governor.
And all the ballot measures in between.
It's election night in America. You're watching special CBN News coverage.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for this special CBN News coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. I'm Caitlin Burke.
Good evening, I'm John Jessup. As Americans sound off on what's next for the country, tonight we bring you team coverage of every angle of these elections.
Senior Washington correspondent Tara Mergener is at Dr. Mehmet Oz's campaign headquarters in Pennsylvania. And in Virginia, senior national affairs correspondent Heather Sells is closely watching the 2nd District, where Republicans are hoping to flip a House seat.
Abigail Robertson joins us from the White House with how President Biden plays into these midterms. And Matt Galka is on Capitol Hill to discuss what tonight's elections mean for the future of Congress.
We'll be touching base with all of them throughout the night. But as we've just hit 8 p.m. on the East Coast, let's take a look at what polls have closed.
Looking at this map from 270 to win, you can see polls are now closed in the states that are gray, blue, orange, and green. That includes Pennsylvania, where we're closely watching a key Senate race. Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis looks like he's in good position to win a second term, and most of Texas, where Republicans are hoping to flip several House seats to win the House majority.
As polls close and races are called, we're joined tonight by CBN's senior political analyst David Brody and senior Washington correspondent Jennifer Wishon to help break things down and offer analysis.
David, let's start with you. What are the big, major storylines you're going to be watching for as the night progresses?
Well, there's just so many here, John. Obviously, it's either going to be a red ripple, a red wave, possibly a red tsunami. We'll wait and see the numbers. The numbers won't all be done tonight. They'll, of course, be done in the morning and then, of course, later this week as well. But look, the suburbs are a big deal. You know, Democrats won the suburbs by a couple percentage points back in 2020 when the Biden-Trump presidential election took place. And now we wait to see what those look like tonight. And we're already starting to get an indication that this is a good night for Republicans. You see the Senate map behind me, but I want to go specifically to Florida. Let's go down to Florida. Look at this, District 13. It says precincts reporting 0%. It's not true. Actually, it's 99% of districts reporting. Anna Paulina Luna will win that race. I want you to take a look as we get closer in at these numbers. Look at this, 99% of folks reporting down there. 53% for Anna Paulina Luna. She's the Republican. Eric Lynn is the Democrat. She's going to win this race by roughly 30,000 votes. Here's why that's important. In 2020, she lost by 25,000 votes to Charlie Crist. That's right, the guy that's running for governor of Florida against Ron DeSantis. This has been a Democrat district for a long time. So we already, at 8:05 or whatever time it is Eastern, we're seeing our first flip of the night for Republicans. Anna Paulina Luna. And by the way, she's going to drive Democrats crazy. She's kind of like this Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene type candidate, and she's winning in a Democrat district. That is huge. Also, as we scroll up real quick, take a look here at Pinellas County. I want you to have a look. Marco Rubio, of course, is running for the Senate up there, but I want you to look specifically at this very interesting number here. You've got Pinellas County. Take a look there on the right-hand side. Pinellas County, 97% of votes counted. Now, Pinellas County is in that St. Petersburg area east of Tampa. Look what Marco Rubio is doing tonight. He's beating the Democrat by about, if I do my calculation right, 33,000 votes. This, Pinellas County, was Democrat. It was blue in 2020. It is going red tonight. So we're starting to see potentially some good news for Republicans early on. There's so much more to dissect, but we'll start with that because that is the first newsworthy event of the evening.
All right, David, I'm glad you're doing the math over there.
Likewise.
Yeah. Okay, I want to bring in Jennifer Wishon, joining us from our bureau in Washington, D.C. Jennifer, historically speaking, midterm elections don't tend to favor the party of the president in power. Do you think this year will follow that trend?
I absolutely do. The morning after midterms is typically a bad morning at the White House. And it's just a matter of how much Excedrin they're going to need over at the White House tomorrow morning. Let's look a little bit at the history. In George W. Bush's second midterm, he saw Democrats pick up 31 seats. President Obama saw Republicans pick up 63 seats, and President Trump saw Democrats gain 41 seats. It's pretty painful. And tonight, as David is demonstrating, we're already seeing the evidence. We're looking at 30 to 50 seats picked up in the House. And, this year, Democrats are also facing perhaps a stronger headwind than usual because of President Biden's low approval ratings. He's just not popular, and you haven't seen him campaigning in any of the battleground states except for one, Pennsylvania, which is where he's from. Candidates don't want him around. They're distancing themselves from the president. And also, top of mind, as we know, for voters is the economy, the high grocery prices, the high gas prices that are plaguing them, that are hurting their wallets, hurting their savings. And we know that who do voters prefer when it comes to dealing with the economy? It's not Democrats, it's Republicans. So there is going to be a shellacking tonight. It's just a question of how bad a shellacking for Democrats. Are Republicans more fired up to vote today more than Democrats? Is there an enthusiasm gap? Where are independents breaking? Are they going to break hard for Republicans or not quite as hard? All of these elections that are toss-ups, that are these tight Senate races, they're going to be won on the margins. And so it comes down to some of these questions. However, it's going to be a good night for Republicans.
Speaking of good night for Republicans, we learned that the Associated Press has called Florida for incumbent Governor Ron DeSantis. Jennifer, before we move on any further, I just should say for our viewers and for those of us here at CBN News, it's great to have you back on our air tonight. We really appreciate your insights, and we'll be coming to you later on throughout the evening. Well, as we continue to monitor the House and Senate races, we're also watching some important ballot initiatives. Some of the biggest have to do with voting rights. 7 states will be voting on various election measures, including Connecticut, which, believe this or not, is considering a constitutional amendment to allow in-person early voting.
Voters in Ohio and Louisiana are deciding whether to prohibit non-citizens from voting in local elections, while those in Arizona and Nebraska are considering more strict voter identification requirements. Other ballot measures to be looking out for. A handful of states are considering marijuana-related questions. Voters will decide whether recreational marijuana can be used legally by adults in Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, North Dakota, and South Dakota.
Perhaps the biggest issue on ballots in 5 states, abortion, set to play a key role in these midterm elections after the Supreme Court's decision last June to overturn Roe v. Wade. Voters in 5 states will now get the chance to weigh in on the matter. In Michigan, a proposed amendment that would create a right to, quote, reproductive freedom, allowing women the option to choose an abortion. On the California ballot, an amendment making abortion a, quote, fundamental right. Vermont also has a similar measure. In Montana, voters will decide whether infants who survive an abortion would be given status as, quote, legal persons. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, where abortion is already banned, a measure would ensure the state constitution does not protect a right to an abortion.
For more on that, we're joined now by Tony Perkins, president of the Family Research Council. Tony, the president has said if Democrats maintain control of the House and Senate, codifying Roe v. Wade into law would be the first measure he sent to Capitol Hill. Can you let us know your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the president was not getting the message from the American voters. I mean, the exit polling makes very clear it was the economy that was driving it. Now, abortion was a secondary issue. And I think what he was doing was actually motivating the base of Republican voters, because we've seen a huge switch since the Dobbs case. Now, if you recall, there was a period there when the Republicans were kind of on the defense. Lindsey Graham introduced his 15-week pain bill. At that point, the Republicans seemed to get their footing, and they started then saying, wait a minute, we're not the extreme ones. We believe that at least we should draw the line when a baby feels pain. Where will you draw the line? And we saw this in debate after debate, and it really showed how extreme the Democrats were, where they literally, as a whole, support birthday abortions. So I think the president was tone deaf. I'm glad he did it, but I don't think it was helpful for them, even as late as last night, to continue to push this issue of abortion.
Tony, as you probably are well aware, there was record turnout with early voting. There are indications that these midterms will see record-breaking voter turnout overall. What do you think is driving people to the polls this year?
Yeah, that's a really good question. In 2018, the midterms, we had 49%, almost 50% of registered and eligible voters voted. And you're right. I think we will top that this time. I think it's because if you look at all of these races, so they are so narrowly decided, it's because I think people, at least, well, let me put it this way. I can only speak for those that we represent, conservative Christians. I think they realize elections today are not about personality. They're not about party. They're really about a worldview. What worldview is going to determine the policies that shape the world that we and our children live in? And so I think that's why so many of the folks that we work with, what we call sage cons, the conservative base of the Republican Party, that's why they engage.
All right, Tony, before I get to your next question, real quick, AP has called the Maryland governor race for Wes Moore. I don't think that was a big surprise, but back to you, Tony. You recently tweeted, as Americans, we have a right to vote. As Christians, we have a responsibility to vote. Talk about that responsibility.
Well, it's a part of being salt and light. It's not our focus is not on Washington, D.C. or some state capital in terms of our salvation or the hope for the future, but it is a part of our Christian citizenship that we be informed and we be involved, because someone's worldview is going to shape the policies that we live in. Now, we've seen in this cycle more than any other the efforts of the left to try to marginalize and silence and really suppress the vote of conservative Christians by using labels like Christian nationalism. Look, the founders, their history is very clear on this. The founders built this nation upon biblical principles. And if it was good enough, those principles were good enough to build a country upon, they're good enough to guide a nation by today. And we don't need to apologize for that.
You know, you talked about the founders, maybe a little bit removed from the founders are legislators and lawmakers who came in later and had these arcane laws. For example, there's a ballot measure in Tennessee today that, if passed, would strike a rule banning pastors from holding political office, even though it hasn't recently been enforced. Can you talk about why that's on the ballot now?
Well, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe there was some deacon in the legislature some years ago that put that prohibition in. I don't know where it came from, but I will tell you this, John, that we have been encouraging for nearly 2 decades since I've been here at the Family Research Council for pastors to be more involved. And I'll have to say, I'm encouraged by the number of pastors that are stepping forward. I was at a church in Houston, Texas, this past weekend. Pastor Steve Riggle, he had all of his congregation stand up for those that have early voted, and nearly 80% of the congregation stood up because they'd already voted. And then he gave instructions to the rest. And of course, that sends the left crazy. But that's what we need pastors to do. Number one, teach their people what the Bible has to say about the issues of our day, and then challenge them to be involved. And we've also encouraged pastors to run for office, especially local office, school boards, city councils, state legislatures. I think they are well equipped to use those opportunities to help their communities move forward.
Tony Perkins with the Family Research Council, thank you so much for your time and your insights.
Thanks, Tony.
Good to be with you guys. Have a great night.
You too.
Well, with control of Capitol Hill up for grabs in Washington, around the country, 36 states will also be deciding who will be their next governor.
To break down some of those results or some of those races, let's bring back in Chief Political Analyst David Brody. David, let's start with Georgia. We know incumbent Republican Brian Kemp is running against Stacey Abrams. What can you tell us about that Georgia governor's race?
Well, Caitlin, I'm glad you asked because I've got my Etch-a-Sketch right here. So let's take a look at the governor's race. There it is. Now, it says Stacey Abrams ahead, 52% to 48%. And I think the line we need to say at this point is hold on for a moment. Take a look, 5% only reporting. It's expected that Brian Kemp will do very well tonight, possibly win by anywhere from 5 to 7 points. We will wait and see. But Kemp has run a great campaign. Stacey Abrams has struggled, especially among the African-American community, specifically black men, and that's been a problem for her. But where I'm looking here in the governor's race is as we go to New York, and let's go to New York and the governor's race there. Kathy Hochul, and we've heard about her. Once again, New York polls just closed now. We don't have any results right now. But Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin, the Republican. Kathy Hochul's had a real problem on the crime issue. That's been big in New York. As a matter of fact, beyond just the governor's races that are dealing with the crime issue, specifically in the House, you've got, for example, New York District 17, 18, 19, 22, all up and down the Hudson Valley, Poughkeepsie, that area. All of that could turn red tonight. We will monitor that because the crime issue has been so prevalent there. Then we're going to go out to Arizona. And, of course, we all know, I mean, have you not heard of her? You've heard of her, of course, Carrie Lake. And once again, the polls are still going on out there. They've had some issues in Maricopa County today. There's already a lawsuit going on there where about 25% of polling stations had problems. So we'll monitor that. And then this is the fascinating one to me here. Tina Kotik, who is the Democrat out there in Oregon. That's right, liberal Democrat Oregon, who hasn't had a Republican governor, I don't know, since my bar mitzvah. And then Christine Drazen here, the Republican, doing very well there. We will watch that as well. That will be a Wednesday, Thursday, potentially even Friday storyline. One last governor race I want to point out. Let's take a look at this one. You've probably heard of her, Tudor Dixon, the Republican out in Michigan. Once again, the Michigan polls just getting going, just closing, excuse me. Gretchen Whitmer, who's had all sorts of problems on the COVID issues as it relates to lockdowns. We will watch that. If Tudor Dixon wins tonight, and by the way, she's not favored to win. She's down by about 4 or 5 percentage points. But if she wins tonight, watch out. Then we're not talking red wave. We're talking red tsunami. So we will watch that very closely. Guys?
David, just as a recap, since we're talking about governors, we had 2 governor's races that were called. Florida Governor incumbent Ron DeSantis has been declared the winner by the AP. And then, as you just mentioned a few minutes ago, Wes Moore, the Democrat who was seeking to replace outgoing governor, the Republican governor in the state, wins the election there.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, David, I don't think there are any surprises expected in the Texas governor's race, where incumbent Greg Abbott, the Republican, is running against Democrat Beto O'Rourke. But let's talk about the Texas House races. Down in the Rio Grande, there are 3 Hispanic candidates hoping to turn reliably blue districts red. Can you talk about those women?
Yeah, for sure. It's the Rio Grande area. Let me take a look. This is my house map. I did this by myself, and I'm not even asked to get paid for it. Look at this. But there it is, the Rio Grande area down there. This is Texas 34, 15, and 28, all 3 districts down there. And look at this. When I show you these districts, look on the right side of your screen. Monica De La Cruz, she's the Republican Latina woman. Look over here in District 28, Cassie Garcia, Republican Latina woman. And in District 34, we've heard of her before, Mayra Flores, another Republican Latina woman, all trying to unseat Democrats. Look, Democrats have had the rule of the roast down there for decades and decades. But what's happening down there specifically is that immigration is an issue that these 3 Latina women are capitalizing on. It's close to the border, very close. It's right there on the border. So they're having that, not to mention inflation. And because Joe Biden, in essence, canceled the Keystone Pipeline, many of those jobs got canceled as well, and they came from that area down in the Rio Grande, and once again, or the Rio Grande Valley, excuse me. And so once again, that is the House map. I do want to point out we have some news at least there was news a couple of minutes ago, and I want to just check the latest, if you don't mind, because I just like to play with this toy quite a bit. But this is Virginia District 2. Have a look at this. Virginia District 2. Now, this is the Elaine Luria race against Jennifer Kiggins. Take a look. Now, it says 12% reporting. Actually, it's been updated. It's about 30% now. And Kiggins is still beating Elaine Luria, the Democrat, in Virginia, too. This is in that Virginia Beach area. We know it well. Elaine Luria was one of the folks on the January 6th committee, very anti-Trump. She is losing tonight in a district that many folks are giving or having a sense that this will be crucial to how the House goes tonight and whether Republicans will have either a good night or a great night. So far, we've seen Anna Paulina Luna win in Florida 13, a Democrat seat. That has flipped. This, if it holds true, we'll see 30% only reporting. It says 12, once again, 30% now. But if that flips, the Republicans are on to a pretty good night.
David, we appreciate your insights. That's a very interesting race because both women have military backgrounds. Both women have very contrasting views of what agenda should take America forward.
And John, if you don't mind, if I can just quickly just show you the 7th as well, just real quick. This is also Jessup Vega is winning. The Republican is beating Abigail Spanberger by already half the vote is in. And so this is not good news for Democrats. This is Virginia 7. This is that, in essence, a bit of northern Virginia in the Prince William County, kind of way west of Washington, D.C., but it's that exurb territory. So this is an Abigail Spanberger seat that she only won. The Democrat won by 8,000 votes 2 years ago. She is now losing to Jessup Vega. We'll get you the vote totals. That's another thing I'm watching tonight, the vote differential in many of these races.
All right, David, and we've got some breaking news for you. In the Senate, Florida Senator Marco Rubio has held on to his seat, beating out Democrat Val Demings.
Well, nationwide, there are at least 32 million Latinos eligible to vote in these midterm elections, making them one of the fastest growing sectors of the American electorate. Joining us now is the Reverend Samuel Rodriguez, president of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference. Reverend Rodriguez, it's always great to see you. You know, we know that the economy is a big issue for all voters out there, but can you talk to us about some of the other priorities for Hispanic voters?
Sure. Thank you for having me. It is the economy. It's inflation. It's education. It's parental rights. Believe it or not, it's pro-life. We've heard so much about how Roe v. Wade and the Dobbs decision would serve as a firewall against what would have normally have been a Republican conservative wave in a midterm election. But believe it or not, that abortion decision actually catapulted and motivated Latinos to say, wait a minute, how many Latinos believe in partial birth abortion or in third trimester abortions? Listen, even the conversation with David Brody, Marco Rubio, Jessup Vega, Virginia, District number 7, she's a PK. Her dad is a pastor, an evangelical pastor. She's actually a deputy sheriff. And across the board, Myra Flores. We're talking about Hispanic Christian women emerging either very staunchly Catholic or very staunchly evangelical. At the end of the day, here's what we know. Hispanics are Christian conservatives. Let me repeat that. The Hispanic electorate is a very strong Christian conservative electorate, either Catholic or evangelical, very few Episcopalians. As a result, it is a natural evolution of engaging in the electorate, voting towards conservatism. So I do believe Hispanics across the board today will impact the outcome, not just on the East Coast in Texas, but in the state of Arizona and in the state of Nevada.
Now, during the 2020 election, we noticed a shift in Hispanic voters moving to the Republican Party. Do you see that still growing because of those values, as you mentioned, I'm sure in part?
No, it's growing on steroids. But can I give you just a quick, brief 15-second history lesson? George W. Bush, 2004, 44%. I want you to hear that. 44%. Hispanics were already trending. I remember having a conversation when I was working with the Bush administration, advising them, having a steak dinner at Karl Rove. We were projecting 51, 52% by 2008. But then there came rhetoric that sounded very nativist, and the whole immigration, just demography and just melees and Tom Tancredo, James Sensenbrenner, Pat Buchanan, they pushed Latinos away. And because of that, Latinos now are coming back in 2022 and saying the Republican Party speaks more to my values than the current Democratic Party. Hey, the Democratic Party no longer resonates with Latinos. Late-term abortion, socialism. Look what's happening in Venezuela and Cuba. So think about parental rights. Latinos look at a 36-year-old speaking to a kindergarten. You know what we think that is about sex? We call that pedophilia. So there are so many issues where Democrats are getting it wrong with Latinos. And I do believe that Latino ship has sailed away from the Democratic Party.
What are some things that you're watching for tonight?
I'm looking whether or not Jessup Vega would be a great win. But not just there, but in Nevada, even the impact in Nevada and Arizona. Because, watch this, Arizona, Nevada, what's the natural sequence? California. I want you to hear what I'm saying. I know it sounds comical, right? Can you imagine California winning? Hey, not only is it a possibility, I'm looking at Mike Garcia in California. I'm looking at other Latinos on the West Coast who, again, have these conservative values running on the Republican ticket. If we make inroads, we're doing it seats, Maria Jersey in Florida. And we're going to look at come California in 2024. That's what I'm looking for. The emergence of the Hispanic Christian, not just electorate, but individuals running for office and winning.
The Reverend Samuel Rodriguez, we always appreciate you making time for us. Thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it is already a busy night, and there's a lot more to come. You're watching special live coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. We'll be right back with much more right after this.
Superbook fans, here's something else you'll love. It's the new Superbook Bible app. It's packed with games, activities, and Superbook episodes that you can watch for free. Oh no! There's trivia, a fun daily devotional, and answers to your Bible questions. Plus, an easy-to-understand Bible the whole family will enjoy. You can even create your own Superbook character. Ta-da!
Jessup Falls man coming.
Sorry, pardon me. Sorry, excuse me. Ouch!
Are you getting this?
Earn super points to win daily prizes too, and so much more. Time to get back to my adventures. See you soon. It's the new Superbook Bible app. Free downloads on iTunes, Google Play, and Amazon.
Life is better with a good night's sleep. Get your free DVD or booklet of Protect Your Sleep.
Introducing the CBN Bible from CBN.com. Now, an easier way to study the Bible and grow in your faith. Highlight your favorite verse. Read separate versions at a glance. Click and read a commentary. Or cross-reference your favorite verse using the Strong's Concordance. All the right tools to study the Bible, all in one place. The CBN Bible, available at cbn.com/Bible or the iTunes App Store.
Welcome back. While polls along the East Coast have mostly closed, voting continues in central and western parts of the country. David, let's take a look at some of the notable races that you've been watching. Let's start with the Senate map that we have here. There's some races that have been called. We just mentioned earlier that Florida was called for incumbent Senator Marco Rubio. We know that in Oklahoma, Senator James Lankford has won his race there. What are some of the, actually, let's talk about some of these toss-up races.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe we should start with one of the most pivotal ones that everyone will be watching, and that is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, an open seat with retiring Senator Pat Toomey.
Yeah, well, let's do that, and let's go right to it. Pennsylvania, and there it is. Fetterman, well, once again, it says 0% reporting. It's usually a bit higher than that, maybe a few percent. The point is that you can't really tell much, obviously. John Fetterman, John Fetterman's not getting 84% of the vote in Pennsylvania, so we'll see what happens about that. It's very early, and we also know that Luzerne County had some issues tonight. That's way north of Philadelphia, up by Scranton, Wilkes-Barre. And so we'll see about that, but that's early. What were you going to say?
David, we know that this race is expected to take a long time. Will we find out the results of the Pennsylvania race tonight?
No, absolutely not. I'll bet you all the money in my wallet, which is not much. But no, we're not going to find that out for sure.
All right, why don't we do a sweep around the country? Yeah. How about the race in Wisconsin? You have Senator Ron Johnson versus Mandela Barnes. How's the race shaping up there? This is one race that Democrats earlier on thought they could pick up because they saw Ron Johnson is incredibly vulnerable. What's happening now?
That's right. And once again, it's early. It's in the middle of the country. Ron Johnson should win this race tonight. Mandela Barnes has honestly been and this is the Democrats talking, a flawed candidate. He has been a defund the police type guy. He's tried to dial that back. He's a bit charismatic in the sense that, he's good in that sense. But the problem is that there's been too many things in his past, especially from a law enforcement standpoint, that's been a problem. For Ron Johnson, they try to make him kind of this COVID conspiracy guy, but that hasn't necessarily stuck. So we'll see. It's tight, but Republicans should win that. I do want to talk about New Hampshire. Can we go to New Hampshire?
Let's go back to New Hampshire.
All right.
Back to the Northeast.
That's right. And because this is the one, John, that I think we're going to start
This is Maggie Hassan versus Don Bolduc.
That's right. And take these results with a grain of salt, obviously. You see 62 to 38. It won't stay that way. This is going to be a very close race. It'll probably go down to will go down to the wire. Maggie Hassan won her race only by 1,000 votes last time, 6 years ago, against Kelly Ayotte. And so we expect Don Bolduc to actually do very well here in New Hampshire. But the reason I brought up New Hampshire is because typically the result comes in relatively fast in New Hampshire compared to a lot of other states. So we should be getting a sense of how the Senate will start to go early on from New Hampshire.
David, maybe what I should have done to start out this segment is just dial back a little bit.
Yeah.
Republicans need only back of the House, one seat. To net one seat in order to win control of the Senate.
That's right.
So which seat are they? I know Democrats are defending more vulnerable seats. Mm-hmm. What are the vulnerable seats? I know Nevada is one of them as well, right?
Yeah, so let's, I call it the strive for 5. This is what the Republicans are trying to do tonight. They hope they can pick up 5 seats. And let's just start in Georgia. We know that's the toss-up with Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. And once again, these are all Democrat-controlled seats that the Republicans are trying to flip tonight. One is in Georgia. You've got Arizona. That's Blake Masters and Mark Kelly out there. Mark Kelly, the Democrat. Blake Masters, the Republican. You've got Nevada. That's Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat. And against Adam Laxalt, the former attorney general. That's 3. This is the interesting one. In Washington State, that's right, Patty Murray.
And Tiffany Smiley.
Tiffany Smiley, the Republican, is a great candidate. The Republicans are very happy with her. Patty Murray has been around for a very long time, 30-plus years. That could be 4 that the Republicans turn, if it's a very good night, that is. And then we'll go back to New Hampshire, which is number 5, Maggie Hassan, the Democrat. Potentially could lose as well. That's the best case scenario for Republicans. Democrats, right. If you're wondering about that, the best case scenario for them really is to keep all of those seats that we just talked about. In other words, they keep with the Democrats and they flip one. Pennsylvania, that's the Dr. Oz Fetterman race. If they can do that, they get 51, and that's probably it's definitely their ceiling. That's their best case scenario.
I think the thing that I'm going to take away from this segment is the strive for 5.
Thank you.
Good logo, good motto there.
Thank you. I copyrighted that. Don't try to go to the copyright office.
I will not.
Right.
We're going to turn things right back to Caitlin. Caitlin, what do you have?
Thanks, guys. I wanted to give a quick update. Polls have officially closed in Arkansas, where we already have AP calling the Senate race for Republican John Boozman, who has won re-election to the U.S. Senate, and also the governor's race. Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won that election for the governor of Arkansas. Now, I want to turn back to that Pennsylvania Senate race that you heard John and David talking about. With Republican Senator Pat Toomey retiring, Democrats see that state as their best chance to flip a seat in their favor. And a heated battle has ensued. Currently, Lieutenant Governor Democrat John Fetterman facing off against TV celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz. The Pennsylvania Senate race has drawn out political heavy hitters in favor of each candidate.
The people of Pennsylvania are going to elect Dr. Mehmet Oz to the United States Senate.
There's no quit in John Fetterman. There's no quit in Pennsylvania. There is no quit in America.
For more now, we're joined by Tara Mergener, live from the Dr. Oz campaign headquarters in Pennsylvania. Tara, what have you got for us?
So much drama, Caitlin, in this race, right? So much interest, and it's still early in the night, but things are really picking up here. There's a lot of excitement in the air, a lot of media interest. Just for fun, let's take a look over here at all the media piled up on these risers. If we can get our camera all the way over there. As this race has tightened, it has become just the subject of so much controversy, so much interest, so much speculation. But again, it is early. Dr. Oz will be here later tonight. We're expecting a couple hundred people to show up in support. Meantime, voters here in Pennsylvania are no doubt feeling a little bit anxious, very excited at the same time, because litigation about all these absentee ballots and this tight race could spin this race into chaos, as I heard David Brody mention just a little while ago. That is very much a concern here, and whether or not there will be results tonight. The answer right now, the feeling is, I talked to a communications person, they are saying probably not. So let's take a look at some of the video from the scenes in the 11th hour of this race. We had Democrat John Fetterman and Dr. Mehmet Oz competing. At last check, the Real Clear Politics average at the end of this race was 47-47 this morning. 538 actually gave Dr. Oz a slight edge. So a total nail biter. It could go either way, absolutely in the margin of error. Now, what's so interesting is this was once projected to be a very easy race for Democrats. It has not turned out to be the case, even though Oz barely won the primary with like 900 votes. So not a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. As you know, Dr. Oz is a heart surgeon. He was made famous on TV by Oprah Winfrey, and Fetterman is lieutenant government here in Pennsylvania. And Fetterman spent much of the campaign, again, more drama, recovering from a stroke that he had back in May. There has been repeated speculation about whether or not he is actually fit to take office as the senator. And a rocky debate performance recently, about 2 weeks ago, certainly did not help him either. Meantime, all the heavy hitters were out here. President Biden, former President Obama, of course, both for Fetterman, and Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Oz, and he held a rally for Oz just a little while ago. So certainly a nail biter, a lot of heavy hitters, so much riding on this election, and whether or not and when these votes are going to be counted tonight, probably not. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process. It's going to be such an interesting evening after such an interesting race. Caitlin and John?
There have already been some reports of ballot concerns. Can you tell us the latest from Lucerne County?
Well, right. So the polls are still open there. They're staying open until 10 o'clock tonight. That's because they ran out of paper. And if you don't have any paper, you can't produce more ballots. So they ran out of ballots. Apparently, that problem has been resolved. They say no voters were turned away and everything is back on track. But again, they're open till 10 o'clock. So just one more little thing in a very interesting race, Caitlin.
Right. Tara Mergener from the Dr. Oz headquarters. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, Republicans hope to take the House right after the vote tonight, and they're banking on flipping seats in districts with vulnerable Democrats to make it happen. One of those seats is in Virginia, where Democratic Congresswoman Elaine Luria, as we discussed earlier, is in a close race with her challenger, Jen Kiggans. Both women are Navy vets. Their current fight, though, trying to win Virginia's 2nd district and put their party in power in the House.
For more on the race, we're joined now by senior national affairs correspondent Heather Sells. Heather, what are the issues, the dynamics at play in this race that could make a difference?
Yeah, this has been such an interesting race. So much national attention here. Republicans definitely want to pick it up. And one thing I can tell you is that this race has been redistricted, newly redrawn. And so it picked up a lot of conservative areas. And that is something that the Luria crowd here tonight is really talking about, is this redistricting and the fact that Luria has had an uphill battle with having new constituents, new people to introduce herself to. But also an interesting dynamic in this race is that both campaigns have followed national scripts to a large degree and emphasized completely different issues. Kiggins has been talking about inflation, the economy. That's what she's focused on. And Luria more recently has begun to talk about saving the democracy, echoing a theme that we're hearing about from the president and other Democratic candidates. And she has touted her involvement on the January 6th committee and said at the same time that could cost her her seat, but saying that she is proud of her service on the January 6th committee.
You know, Heather, I know that you've been covering both candidates on the campaign trail. What is it that has stood out to you? What have you observed that is the biggest takeaway?
Yeah, just such a different feel. I can tell you that I was with the Kiggins campaign on Friday, and you could really feel the excitement in the air, the enthusiasm, and just a laser focus on inflation and also on the local military here. I was at a veterans rally, but that's definitely an emphasis of the campaign. The Luria campaign, I was with them on Saturday. They were in a new area in Chesapeake that is new to their campaign, a conservative area. And you could sense the hesitancy and the concern, as well as the commitment to talking about her issues. Again, January 6th, the democracy. And she has also emphasized the national defense and her commitment to the military and to veterans as well. So, but just a very different feel from both campaigns in the final days, and a sense that both knew what was coming, although we still don't have the final results, of course, tonight.
All right. Senior national affairs correspondent Heather Sells, thank you so much for your reporting.
Thanks, Heather. All right, and as Heather said, we don't have the results for Virginia yet, but we are expected to get those results tonight, unlike some of the other important races. So that's something to look forward to.
It is something to look forward to. We know it's going to be a long night for folks in Pennsylvania who are awaiting their results, and potentially for those in Nevada and some other states. We do want to mention some of the races that we had earlier earlier called, including Florida, where the Senate and the governor's race were called for Republican incumbents, the Senate race for Marco Rubio, and the governor's race for Ron DeSantis.
Yes. And if we could bring back in David Brody, who is always watching something. David, can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing over there, whether it be House or Senate?
Yeah, there's so much to really report. Let me start with this. It's something we haven't touched on yet, the exit polls that have come out. And, you know, let's take exit polls with a grain of salt. I mean, that's the caveat. But one thing that stuck out to me, that 73% of voters are either angry or dissatisfied with the direction of the country. That's a problem. That's a problem for Joe Biden and the Democrats. So that seems to be kind of like the overall malaise, if you will, that Democrats are facing. Also, I thought what was interesting, inflation was one of the big exit poll items as it relates to what was most important to voters. Abortion was up there. Crime was there to a degree. But what was not up there, and we hear a lot from the Democrats about this, the threat to democracy. It wasn't in the top 5 of any of the exit polls from CNN and MSNBC. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's just do this real quick. Let's go to Virginia, District 2, because I've been kind of laser focused on this all night. We just heard from Heather Sells there at Luria headquarters. She's losing. Elaine Luria is losing right now with about 54% of the vote in by about 18,000 votes. Let's understand, Luria won this district 2 years ago by about 20,000 votes. So not the best math guy in the world, but 20,000, carry the one. And it's basically a 39,000 vote differential right now in the favor of the Republican. And already we saw tonight that Anna Paulina Luna won and flipped a district in Charlie Crist's Democrat district. We know Pinellas County, down in that St. Petersburg area, went for Marco Rubio instead of Deming, and so that's interesting because that went blue in 2020. So we're starting to see some shift from blue to red in just these 2 years since President Biden has been in office. So it's interesting. And real quick, let's just go to Virginia District 7, if I could. I'll just put that up on the screen. Virginia District 7. That's the Abigail Spanberger race, Jessup Vega. We were just there at the wall with John about that, but let's get an update. And I'll just put that up on the screen here. 69, look at that. It just updated in real time. 69% in now. It's close. Vega with the lead by about 10,000. Oh, look at this. They're updating as we speak. 70% in now, and about a 10,000 vote lead for Jessup Vega. But once again, the fact that Jessup Vega is even up 10,000 votes with 70% of the vote in is still not a good sign for the Democrats. Look, Abigail Spanberger may win this thing. Ultimately, we'll see what happens. But the fact that she's in such a tight race says a lot about the state of the nation and the state of the Democrats today.
David, we've got much more to cover, but real quickly, part of the storyline that you will hear, at least perhaps as a justification for those numbers from Democrats, is the whole storyline of redistricting. How much is that a factor in some of these tight races?
Well, it's a factor. There's no doubt about it. But we should also understand that if the Democrats are going to use that as the spin machine tonight and say, well, look, the reason we lost is because of redistricting. I mean, it's called womp, 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 not going to play. I think there is an element to it for sure. In other words, there's some districts that were more blue, that are less blue, sure. But ultimately, I think that's not going to really be something you can hang your hat on at the end of the day.
All right. Thanks, David. Don't go anywhere. Midterm elections are often seen as a referendum on the president in power, with many voters unhappy with the state of the economy, high inflation, rising crime. That might not be a good sign for President Biden.
A new polling shows the president's approval rating dipping as people were heading to the polls. A Reuters Ipsos poll published yesterday shows the president's approval rating down at 39%. That's close to his lowest rating of 36%.
While many view midterm elections as a referendum on the one sitting in the Oval Office, this cycle, President Biden disagrees.
And let's be clear, this election is not a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two very different visions of America.
From the White House for more, Abby, where is President Biden tonight?
Well, John, President Biden is actually here at the White House, reportedly watching returns come in with some of his senior team members. And as you just said, while it's not looking likely that Democrats are going to win the House tonight, that's what polls have been showing us for weeks, President Biden has been pushing a message that today is not a referendum on his presidency and on his policies, but is instead voters choosing between two political parties.
It's interesting when you say that because, you know, as David was talking about the national exit polls, that's not at all apparently resonating with voters who are going to the polls. Abby, what's at stake for President Biden and his agenda if Congress does flip, whether it's the House, just the House, or the House and Senate?
Yeah, well, if Republicans take control of the House, the Senate, or both, it's safe to say that there will not be much legislation signed into law that does not have bipartisan input, and especially in the Senate. If Republicans win the Senate, then President Biden's judicial vacancies, they're going to have an uphill battle being confirmed. And in the House, Republicans have been talking for weeks now that if they gain control, they're going to pursue many investigations into the Biden administration.
Those investigations you mentioned, what can we expect them to launch?
Yeah, well, Caitlin, I'm going to reference my notes here because it's quite an extensive list that they want to pursue, starting with the Afghanistan withdrawal. They want to look into Hunter Biden, federal spending, the origins of COVID, the Department of Justice calling parents at school board meetings domestic terrorists. So it's safe to say for the next 2 years, while there might not be much legislation being passed here in Washington, fasten your seatbelts because they're going to keep themselves busy with a lot of investigations if Republicans do, in fact, win back the House tonight.
All right, CBN White House correspondent Abigail Robertson. Thank you so much, Abby.
Thanks, Abby. Prominent Democrats like President Biden and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi are devout Catholics. And while it can be easy for some to lump all Catholics into one voting bloc, new polling shows a divide among voters in the church. Recent figures from EWTN and Real Clear Opinion Research shows a majority of Catholic voters in 6 key battleground states, 67%, view the economy as the most important issue. A slimmer majority of Catholics disapprove of the president's job performance, both factors that favor Republicans.
Well, Jack Jenkins is a national reporter with Religion News Service, and he joins us now for more. Jack, always great to see you. So as Caitlin just mentioned, Catholics aren't a monolithic voting bloc, but what issues are motivating Catholic voters in these midterm elections?
Well, as you know, Catholics are not a monolith, and we actually have a myriad of different communities represented within that. Obviously, abortion is one of the issues that Catholics feel strongly about. But what's interesting is that it depends on which Catholic you talk to. We have very strong subsets of the Catholic community that, they respond to church teaching, which is fiercely opposed to abortion, and they make that view heard in the ballot box. But when you poll Catholics overall, the majority of Catholics actually believe that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. And then the aftermath of the overturning of Dobbs, while some of the energy around that has waned, we do see that there could be some surges of Catholic voters who support abortion rights, making their voices heard at the ballot box as well. Outside of that, a lot of the interesting things about the Catholic vote is that it tends to really mirror a lot of the U.S. electorate in general. So you'll find similar percentages of Catholics concerned about the economy, for instance, or inflation or what have you. So, it's been a long seen as a bellwether. So goes the Catholic vote, so goes the country. And that can be a little bit different depending on which state you're talking about. But I do think those two big issues, the economy and abortion, are going to be on the minds of a lot of Catholic voters today.
President Biden is only the second sitting Catholic president in history. So what's the disconnect with Catholic voters who are now turning to Republican candidates?
Yeah, there was an interesting element about that when he was elected president. There certainly was a lot of pride among Catholic voters who saw him as kind of representative of their tradition. But there was also some interesting discourse around the fact that, the Catholic voters don't vote as a bloc, as they may have once done earlier in American history. The kind of revering that Catholics did of, for instance, John F. Kennedy, when he was elected president, and there was this kind of broader support among Catholic populations for him, seems to have been eroded as our U.S. politics have been eroded. I mean, one of the interesting things you note is that we have prominent Catholics like Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, who are in positions of power. We also have prominent Catholics like Ron DeSantis in Florida, who represent very different wings of American politics. And I think that has become true of the Catholic vote, where we see this stratification overall. And again, to my earlier point, there may still be frustrations even among Catholic Democrats with the sitting president, and it is typical for the sitting president to get to have some bumps and often lose in the first midterms after they are elected. And it looks like, despite having a shared faith with many people in the country, Biden is not immune to that same tendency at this point in American history.
Jack, hitting back on the abortion theme, after the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, we saw a flurry of young people pledging to vote in the midterms. Now that we have an idea about turnout, did we see that enthusiasm stick or wane?
So this is the question that a lot of us are kind of, obsessing over this evening. We do know that we've seen a lot of polls that indicated, kind of a waning of that issue. I think Democrats would have really liked it if the midterms had been held a month after the Dobbs decision, as it were, because the energy was so high, particularly among, liberal voters, younger voters, and what have you. Some of that energy is still here, but it's not across the board. Instead, what's probably more likely to happen is that states where we have referendums on abortion, for instance, particularly in states like Michigan, you're going to probably see higher turnout among some of those populations where this issue is really on the ballot in a very explicit way. And that'll be really interesting, because we saw earlier this year in the Kansas vote, where despite it being a red state, an effort to change the state constitution in a way that could allow for abortion bans failed pretty spectacularly in that state, with some conservatives moving across ideological lines to vote against it. So I think Democrats are hopeful that they'll still get some of that energy on election night. Again, I don't think it's the same sort of electricity that they found right after the Supreme Court decision earlier this summer. But I do think in those states where they have referendums, Democrats are hopeful that'll be the case. The one word of warning on that, though, is that there are some states where we have referendums, like in states like California, where they are widely expected to pass. And so their ability to turn out extra voters in that regard may be winnowed, because people are so sure that those kinds of protecting of abortion rights in those sorts of states will pass. And so it might not have the turnout energy that some Democrats were hoping for to help preserve some seats that may even be at risk in California for Democrats.
All right. Jack Jenkins with Religion News Service. We always appreciate you making time for us. Thanks, Jack. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, if we could go back to David, I think there are some updates in Virginia right now. David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, I got plenty of time. They're going to have to get a cot and kind of wheel me out at the end of the night. But yeah, let's go to Virginia. There's so much going on. Let's just pop up Virginia, shall we? Because we've been looking at that all night. There it is. And once again, this just continues to be about the same, no change. In Virginia 2, that's the big one we're looking at. That's a Democrat-held district, but the Republican winning there. I do want to go to Georgia real quick, if we could. And this is the governor's race down there. You can now see Brian Kemp. Remember, John, we were at the wall. That was quite a moment, John, you and me at the wall. And now Brian Kemp, before it was Stacey Abrams winning, now Brian Kemp is taking the lead by 6 percentage points over Stacey Abrams. And, you know, not to kind of geek out a little bit, but and excuse me while I scroll on the air live here, but let's just go look at Georgia 2. And I'm going to explain why it's important to look at Georgia 2. When I say Georgia 2, I'm talking about House District 2 in Georgia. And take a look at this result. This is shocking. What we're looking at. Sanford Bishop, let me explain this here. Sanford Bishop is the Democrat there. He's been there like forever. As a matter of fact, this has been a district. This is in that Macon, Georgia, kind of south, down through Albany, Georgia, way south of Atlanta. It's been a Democrat district since, wait for it, 1875. It's one of the poorest districts actually in the country. Sanford Bishop is only up. Well, here, we just updated it. Now, look at this. With 37% of the vote in, but it is neck and neck right now. And here's why this is important. You might say, okay, it's only 37% of the vote. Eventually, it'll work itself out. Okay, here's the problem for Sanford Bishop. Last time, 2 years ago, he won this district by 50,000 votes. 50,000 votes. Look, even if he wins tonight, he's not winning by 50,000 votes, I can tell you that much. But anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that. That is also not good news for Democrats. So there's a couple of storylines. And once again, really important that it's early. We need to take a step back. We talk about on our promo for CBN News that truth matters. And the reason truth matters, well, there's a lot of reasons that truth matters. But one of the key reasons is to go slow as he or she goes. And tonight we're going to go slow because we don't want to get ahead of our skis and start predicting things that we don't exactly know at this time. So we will wait and we'll see how the night develops.
All right. Thanks, David. And if we could go to Jennifer Wishon real quick. Jennifer, I'm curious if you're watching the Virginia 7 race at all. Yesli Vega is up right now on Democrat Representative Abigail Spanberger. Is that a surprise to you?
No, it is not. This is one that we knew was going to be very tough for the incumbent. And if I'm just looking at my notes here, you know, we were talking about redistricting earlier. This is definitely, let's see if I'm just getting this right. So we're talking about 7th. So this is the Richmond suburbs, and redistricting actually extends it closer to Washington, D.C., which we know that part of Northern Virginia tends to be very blue. So this is going to be a huge win for Republicans if this continues. You know, I just want to talk a minute about redistricting because certainly this election will have consequences. All elections have consequences. But we think about state house races and the consequences those have. State legislatures are the bodies that draw these districts. And more than Republicans hold the most legislatures in the United States of America. And it's estimated that Republicans could pick up 3 seats in the House just from redistricting alone. This is kind of a big deal that a lot of voters don't pay attention to. It was such a big deal in the Obama era that after he left office, former Attorney General Eric Holder kind of dedicated a number of years to kind of trying to get more Democrats into state legislatures because he knew the importance of drawing these district lines. And so, yeah, it's huge that, you know, we're getting these Virginia numbers this early. We're getting a clear picture of what's happening in these districts. And I'm also looking at the 10th district, which is Jennifer Wexton. She is the Democrat incumbent running against Hung Cao, who is I'm trying to remember what branch of the military he was in, but he served in Afghanistan and was motivated to run after the fall of Kabul. He has been holding pretty closely there. And guys, help me out because I didn't have the number. So with 81% of the votes in, he's only behind by about 5,000 votes. Guys, in 2020, this was Biden won this district by 18 points. So the fact that he is even in the ballpark close to the incumbent, Jennifer Wexton, is a pretty big deal at this point in the night.
It is very, very telling and perhaps indicative of what we might see throughout the evening, some of these tight races, even if Republicans don't pull off some of those upsets. To be coming so close within the margin, it does tell a little bit about voter sentiment. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Right, sure.
We are coming up on the 9 p.m. hour, and when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the latest polls closing and some of the biggest issues driving people to cast their ballots today. You're watching special live CBN News coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. We'll be right back.
Remember for a moment what it was like to be a child. You believed every story you were told. You saw a world full of endless possibilities. What stories will the world's orphaned and at-risk children believe? We believe the Bible tells the only story truly worth believing. We believe that every child should have the opportunity to dream, the chance to take challenges and turn them into possibilities, the chance to stand on the promises of God, to recognize their place in the greatest story ever told. They have their whole lives ahead of them. Theirs is a world of endless possibilities. They are looking for a story to believe. We will tell them that story. Will you join us?
On October 1st, 1961, history was made when a tiny station began transmitting the first signals of the Christian Broadcasting Network.
CBN, the Christian Broadcasting Network.
And now, a new era has begun with the all-new CBN News Channel.
Just moments ago, the Iron Dome intercepted an incoming rocket right on the Gaza border.
Administering in this area, spiritual warfare is definitely involved.
A 24/7 news network, bringing you the news you want from a source you can trust.
In Kenya, 40% of the medical services are actually provided by these Christian hospitals.
Let's talk about the economy.
Believers here are joining together to win people to Jesus Christ.
All your favorite shows now in one place, all day, every day. The CBN News Channel. Download the app or visit cbnnewschannel.com. CBN News.
Back to CBN News live coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. As we hit the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, let's take a look at some of the latest states where polls are closing and what races we're closely watching in those states. David, we were just talking right before the break. Maybe we should focus on a part of Texas that was traditionally blue that might actually have Republicans sweeping into control of Congress, and that's the Rio Grande Valley.
That's right. And once again, we're down here. This is the famous yellow mustard map, and those are those. I really should trademark this. Those are the 3 districts down there. And let's just recap. But once again, we're in Texas. If I can get it to work, there you go. This is Texas 15th. Okay, there's Monica De La Cruz. We're going to come back to her race in a second. There's the other one down in the Rio Grande Valley, Cassie Garcia, and also the Republican Mayra Flores. Now, let's go back to 15 for a second. Look at this number, 51 to 49%. Let's specifically go to the numbers right here. You can see Monica De La Cruz, the Republican, winning down there by about 2,000 votes, only 44% of the votes counted. But she lost this district. She ran a couple of years ago, and she lost by, I don't know, about 10,000 or so votes. It might have been a little bit more. So this is progress for her right now. And once again, 44%. We'll see what happens. But the point is that the fact that she's even in this position to begin with suggests there's something, so to speak, in the water down there in Texas. And that's an interesting race to watch.
We know that these are just early precincts reporting. The other 2 districts, the Democrats were ahead.
Yes.
Let's just talk about the significance of this, though. If in that particular district that we just highlighted,
let's do that.
The Republican does win, and that's Monica De La Cruz. Republicans only need 5 seats to flip control of the House.
That's right.
So this would just be one of the 5 seats. And there are many more races at play here, competitive races.
That's right. They can have a potential of 3 down there just in South Texas alone. But they already have 1. We talked about that Anna Paulina Luna, and there's going to be more to come. So we're watching that. But for sure. And you mentioned the polls closing in certain areas, 9 o'clock tonight. We're watching out in Colorado. That's going to be very important. There's a Senate race, as you know, going on out there. It hasn't gotten too much attention, but if we go to Colorado here and you can see the Senate race, this is Michael Bennet and Joe O'Dea. Once again, no results in. The polls just closed. Michael Bennet has a slight lead. Joe O'Dea, a bit of a sleeper candidate. Republicans aren't necessarily expecting to pick this up, but what's interesting here, if we go to District 8, if we could, you've got the Democrat against the Republican here. This is a new district. This is in Adams County, Colorado, to give you an idea of where Adams County is. Yeah, north of Denver, exactly. And once again, redistricting happened again there. But this is we talked at the beginning of the show about suburbs and the exurbs, and this is exactly what we're talking about. We'll watch Colorado 8 tonight because we'll see if that moves. It was a Democrat district in 2020. It went for Biden. We'll see what happens tonight. I say a district. This is actually a news district, but Adams County, the county that a lot of this district is in, went for Democrats.
David, real quickly, I know that you've been paying close attention to a couple of competitive races out in the Northeast, particularly in New York.
Yeah.
Can you talk about some of these corridor races that you're looking at?
100%. So we're up here in New York, and once again, it's well, let's take a look, because New York has been very interesting. This is a part of why, if it's going to be a red tsunami tonight, the Republicans would have to do well in New York, and we're talking about specifically in certain House races. So let's go to, well, once again, we don't have anything reported. Once again, New York is one of those states that closes actually at 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
so we're not going to have these numbers. So why don't I just go back to this map overall and just give you a sense that we're talking about right here. I don't know if you can see, but right here is New York City, that little blue strip right there. And right here is 17, District 17, and that is Sean Mahoney's district. And so what's
Democratic leadership.
That's right, Democratic leadership. And so he's in trouble. And then if you just go up the Hudson Valley, Poughkeepsie, New York, and kind of head that way, all of those districts are in trouble for Democrats tonight. So this could definitely turn blue. By the way, just don't get confused. The reason you see blue there is because the Senate, this is a Senate map, right. Chuck Schumer won his Senate seat tonight, which was to be expected.
All right, David, we are going to expect you to drill down on some more numbers. Just hang tight. Right. But right now, we're going to send things right back to Caitlin. Caitlin?
Thanks, guys. A number of issues are motivating voters in these midterm elections: abortion, immigration, crime. But chief among them, the economy. A few recent Gallup polls finds 49% of voters say the state of the economy has been extremely important in their decision on who to vote for. 36% say it's very important. 13% say moderately important, while only 2% viewed the economy as not that important when it came to deciding their vote. For more on the economy, let's turn to Bankrate senior economic analyst and Washington bureau chief Mark Hamrick. Mark, it's great to have you on tonight. So for people who say the economy is their most important factor, what do you think is their number one economic concern, their big pain points?
That is the I word, Caitlin, and that's inflation. Good to see you and John as well. We know that this has been a very troubling time for Americans with historically high inflation that really has continued now for more than 18 months. And the outlook is that we will have more of the same for at least the next half year. We don't know what the future will hold, but this is why the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates since March. The last several rate increases have been of extremely large magnitude, 0.75%, and the central bank is not seen done yet in that mission. And obviously the job isn't done because we are to get a reading of the Consumer Price Index this week, and the year-over-year change on that is expected to be in the neighborhood once again in the high 7% range, or perhaps even as much as 8% once again.
If Republicans take control of Congress, what will people expect them to do to make changes, and is it possible for them to fix this?
Well, not as long as there's a Democrat in office, to the extent that they may want to do something that is, in line with some of the things we've been hearing about so far on the campaign trail. And so when we think about the fact that President Biden has the ability to wield a veto pen, it is going to be on the presumptive Republican leadership on Capitol Hill to try to negotiate with the president, or, of course, to have a veto-proof majority in that legislation. And so my expectation is that there will be very little done that can address the current ills, at least in terms of legislatively. But that doesn't mean that they won't try. And as we know, the name of the game in recent years, for better and for worse, mostly for worse, I would say, has been to really set the scene for the next election after this. I know we don't necessarily want to be thinking about the fact that there's going to be another election just 2 years from now, but a lot of what goes on in the next 2 years is going to be setting up for that election. And so there's going to be a lot of demonstrative behavior that is going to be a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing.
Can we zoom in a little bit and talk about different economic concerns in different parts of the country? For example, the Rust Belt versus the West.
Well, sure. And let's not back away all of a sudden from the idea of inflation, because that is a universal concern. But in those areas of the country where they have felt for many decades now the sincere and heartfelt loss of the manufacturing base, there still is a high degree of resentment about globalization in many of those parts of the country where they've lost out to countries like China, for example, that have taken away much of that manufacturing clout. And now, because we've learned about the downside of globalization in the sense that we need to have reliable supply chains, there has been a very significant effort to bring at least some of this work back to the United States, if not to just simply move it out of China and to another country such as Vietnam. In terms of, let's say, a large economy like that of California, which rivals many national economies around the world, right. Inflation and high housing prices have been really top of mind there, where first-time home buyers had a hard enough time before we had this spike in mortgage rates, and now it's even more difficult for them.
All right, Mark Hamrick with Bankrate, thank you so much for being a part of our coverage.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
What we're going to do now is go to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is giving his victory and his acceptance speech. Let's take a look.
Especially going through the battle of cancer, she is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology.
And that was Governor Ron DeSantis, who beat his challenger, former Governor Charlie Crist, who was a Republican and switched parties in 2012 to Democrats. And you just heard him talking about what he is trying to continue in the state of Florida as far as freedom, law and order, and trying to cancel what he calls the woke agenda. Well, from the economy to immigration, that same Gallup poll that Caitlin mentioned right before we interviewed Mark Hamrick also found that issue is top of mind. 37% said immigration is extremely important when it comes to deciding for whom to vote. 26% said it's very important, and 21% said it was only moderately important. The latest data, shows 2.3 million people have been taken into custody in the last 12 months, a one-year record high. Just another reason the border has been such a big driver on the campaign trail this election cycle, as we recently saw when Senator Tom Cotton was campaigning for Herschel Walker down in Georgia.
Raphael Warnock has voted with Joe Biden to keep our border wide open.
Now for more on how immigration and other issues are shaping the fight for the balance of power, our Capitol Hill correspondent Matt Galka joins us from Capitol Hill.
Matt, we'll start with immigration. How is that factoring into elections today?
Well, I think in border states, you think Texas and Arizona, that issue itself might be even bigger than inflation. Now, that's a big might. Inflation has been polling near the top, but immigration definitely a big issue in those border states. You even have Democrats, like Democrat Senator in Arizona, Mark Kelly, bucking his party at some points, talking about things that a lot of Democrats didn't when it comes to immigration and securing the border. So those have been humongous issues in at least those two states. But the one thing that can't be ignored this election cycle and probably overall is that Republicans in non-border states did a very a good job, better than Democrats, of making this a national issue. And here's how I know that. We went to Georgia multiple times this election cycle. We went to Pennsylvania multiple times this election cycle. And I heard about immigration from some of the voters there. And I would always ask, but Georgia's not a border state. Pennsylvania is not a border state. Why is this an issue for you? And a lot of voters would tell me, well, it's an American issue. And that just underscores how Republicans were able to make that a national issue. Also, if we remember this election cycle, you had the governors from Texas and governors from Arizona, or the governor from Arizona, busing immigrants and migrants to New York City and Washington, D.C., among other places, again, making it a national issue. So all of that combined, the non-border states, especially as we just heard in Georgia, that was a big issue, almost as big as inflation for a lot of voters, as the polling shows.
Matt, as you've traveled around, what else have you heard firsthand on voters' minds?
Yeah, I probably said the word enough, but I don't think it can be said enough. Inflation, 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 gas prices, cost of living. Those are the things we've heard about all election cycle. Those are the things that Republicans campaigned on all election cycle. And for a lot of Democrats, the inflation problem was something that dogged a lot of candidates for a lot of this election cycle, because, I mean, that issue alone, inflation, economy, cost of living, that affects you no matter what color or creed or political party. If you notice your wallet is getting thinner, you might take that out on the polls, so to speak. So that was obviously the driver for a lot of people we talked to day in and day out every week. And towards the end, what I noticed for a lot of Democrats, no, they could not just kind of talking point away the inflation issue. But what a lot of Democrats started saying toward the end is inflation could be a temporary issue. They started campaigning on democracy is on the ballot. Other social issues are on the ballot. Those might never come back, even though the economy does. So when the dust settles and it's all said and done, I don't see how all of these polls repeatedly will be wrong. I would venture to guess, and this is probably a pretty safe guess, that inflation was the driving factor for a lot of people who voted today.
It was the driving factor, at least in the polls, and you can see that Republicans drilled down on that. We know that Republicans, in order to take back control of the House, they need to net 5 seats. In the Senate, it's just 1. So let's talk about some of the different scenarios. We talked about the ripple or the trickle, as you said earlier, the wave and the tsunami. What are the scenarios that could play out tonight, and what are you watching for, Matt?
Yeah, I have to kind of get my meteorological terms down here now with the wave and the trickle. I mean, the wave you're talking about is the Republicans taking that large majority, 20 or 30 seats gain in the House and expanding their ability to advance their agenda. A smaller majority would mean more compromise with Democrats. But the tsunami really comes into play when we're talking about the Senate. They only need to pick up a net gain of 1 seat in the Senate in order to have control of both chambers. And for most of this election cycle, we've been talking about 4 major states: Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. In Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, you have incumbent Democrat senators who have been polling either tied, neck and neck, possibly behind by a point. They're trying to hold on to those seats. In Pennsylvania, you have a retiring Republican senator, so Republicans obviously want to hold on to that seat. Democrats view that as a flip. But when it comes down to it, out of those 4 states, if you split that 2 and 2, that is still a net gain for Republicans, and they would have control of both chambers. Then we can really start talking about a tsunami or maybe a tropical storm. I don't know what other terms we could say here, but that's when we really start getting into how big of a wave this was tonight.
All right, really good insights, Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, so I feel like I need to backtrack just a little bit and go back to Governor Ron DeSantis. We saw his acceptance speech. He has been reelected as the governor of Florida. Something that's interesting to me, he is also considered a top contender in the 2024 presidential elections. So maybe we need to bring in David here, but will he serve his full term as governor?
David, and real quickly, before you mention that, I think it's also maybe poignant to mention that he was asked that direct question during one of his debates. He refused to answer. It was one of those awkward moments during that debate because he just stood there stoically as if he didn't hear it. But to Caitlin's point, we also saw Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, the other day nickname him something that that might indicate that he is someone that Trump eyes as a potential contender in the 2024 race.
Anytime Donald Trump is giving you a nickname, it's not good, A, for you, and B, it just shows that Donald Trump is a bit threatened by potentially another challenger. So, of course, he called him Ron DeSanctimonious. But what was interesting is after that, he went to another rally and called him Ron DeSantis. He did not do that after that one time. So we'll see. Look, in terms of the answer by Ron DeSantis, obviously him and his wife will make that decision. But I can tell you this, the folks in Florida, if you line 10 of them up line them up on the street or line hundreds of thousands of them that like DeSantis, they'll say, wait. Don't do it now. You'll have your turn. So we'll see whether or not he heeds that advice. If I can give a quick update, can I do a race update? Please. I guess that's why I'm here, right? Just put me in front of a computer and wind me up. All right, let's go to Rhode Island here. I'll go to a webpage here. The Democrat, now you might just say, who cares about Rhode Island too? You're like, I don't care about this race. Well, here's why. The Democrat is winning by 8,000 votes. Rhode Island, District 2, has not sent actually the whole state of Rhode Island hasn't sent a Republican to Congress in over 30 years. The Republicanism within 9,000 votes. And why this is significant is because that seat, District 2, Rhode Island, 2 years ago, went to the Democrat by 50,000 votes. It's now 9,000. Here's the point. I'm starting to see a trend tonight. It's not just potentially about flipping seats. It's about how Democrats are not getting the vote count that they need. Their vote differential is a whole lot less. I'll give you another example. Let's go ahead and if I just flip over to Georgia, and we've talked about Georgia 2 before. If you remember Georgia District 2, this is there's District 1, but there's District 2. Sanford Bishop, once again, the Democrat who's been there like forever. There's the latest update. Look at this. He's only up by, well, 1,000 votes, 1,005 votes. He won this district by 50,000 votes 2 years ago. So you start to see the trend, and I can bring up a few more races as we go through the evening, but this is the trend I'm starting to see here, that it might not just be about flip seats. We're obviously going to look at that. That's going to determine balance of power in the House and, of course, ultimately in the Senate. But it's also about the fact that Democrats are not getting the vote totals they got 2 years ago, and that suggests, obviously, a change in the political landscape is right ahead.
You know, those are some interesting House races that you point out. We should also mention, as we're talking about some of the interesting governor's races, there are 36 governor's races up in this election cycle, 15 of which are considered competitive races, those being in Arizona, Kansas, Nevada, Oregon, and Wisconsin. We'd like to bring in Jennifer Wish on. Jennifer, I know that you covered and watched closely in the 2021 governor's race in Virginia. What are some of the things that you're looking at? Education was a big factor when Governor Youngkin won his election last year. What are some of the things that you're looking at when it comes to some of these statewide executive races?
Right. Absolutely. Well, you know, certainly abortion is one of them. We see a number of ballot initiatives that are either designed to protect life or to give women, you know, greater access to abortion. One of the interesting cases is in Michigan, where Governor Whitmer has actually sued. They have a law in the books that a very old law that would revert, basically ban abortion in Michigan if Roe it was overturned, which it was. The governor sued to not allow that to happen. And of course, now we're expected her to be perhaps in a tight battle for her office tonight. There is also an initiative on the ballot in Michigan that would allow women to have access to abortion. So that could be interesting if the ballot initiative goes forward, but Governor Whitmer loses, or vice versa. But certainly we've seen that, you know, even as the economy kind of overshadowed abortion as a top issue, we see abortion being a pretty big issue when you look at these statewide races. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out tonight.
Jennifer, we've got some information coming in about some of those ballot measures. In Kentucky, the question on the ballot was asking to amend the Kentucky Constitution to state that it does not provide the right to an abortion or require funding of abortions. And right now, you know, it's still early. We've got about 51% of the vote in there on that question. But right now, Kentucky is saying no. Is that surprising to you?
It is somewhat surprising. I mean, this is an issue where, you know, we see certainly people have very strong opinions. And I think it depends on, for a lot of people, if you look at national polling, there is a desire to have some access to abortion. But when you get into the weeds about it, well, when is it allowed? Is it, you know, after 15 weeks? Is it right up until the birthday of a baby? And so, you know, it's hard to kind of answer that question because there is such a variety of you know, kind of a large spectrum as to where people fall on that issue in terms of people who aren't clearly pro-life, who want to see abortion eliminated, if not severely limited.
You know, this is reminiscent, and as Caitlin just said, you know, these are preliminary early numbers. That measure has not been called one way or the other, but it is reminiscent of what we saw in August when voters in Kansas, which we all know has been described as ruby red Kansas, voted for a measure that was considered pro-abortion when many in the state really thought that it was going to turn out otherwise. So, you know, abortion being an issue that really is motivating Democrats, and we're seeing perhaps at least preliminarily, from preliminary numbers, if I can actually get that out, that, it may be the case. We'll just have to wait and see there. I know that you are also paying attention to that Virginia House race between Jennifer Wexton and Hung Cao. Any update there, Jennifer?
Right. It looks like it is still close to where we were. Cao, let me just update this. He's still about 5,000 votes behind, with 83% of the votes in. And looking at some of the other races in Virginia, District 7, that's Jessup Vega against Abigail Spanberger. She's still in the lead, the Republican in the lead, with 51% of the vote, 87% reporting. This race is so interesting because you have this along with the Virginia 2nd District, where our colleague Heather Sells is, really well-matched candidates. In the 7th, Abigail Spanberger, a former CIA agent, Jessup Vega, a law enforcement officer, two women with two very different ideas about the direction the country should go. But, I remember when Abigail Spanberger first won, these are the suburbs. This is where the margins are. This is where seats are flipped. The Democrats are not in control of the House and Senate because of the blue states. They're because of these kind of purple districts that are in the suburbs. And, you may remember that 2 years ago, after President Biden won the presidency, Abigail Spanberger had a caucus call leaked where she was lambasting her party for talking about defunding the police. And she said, you are eroding our majority in the House going forward, because I can't run and be successful when my party is talking about defunding the police. And, going back to abortion, Caitlin, I think, Democrats spent something like $430 million nationally on ads about abortion and about $50 million on ads about the economy. And so when you look at these marginal districts where Republicans are making gains tonight, and in many ways, Democrats nationally look a bit tone deaf. And you look at what, candidates like Abigail Spanberger and Elaine Laurier are having to run against, and it's really, really an uphill battle for these incumbents.
All right. Jennifer Wishon, thanks for your insight, and hang tight. We'll get to you a little bit later. We are going to take a really quick break, but there's plenty more to come, so stick around for more CBN News coverage of Election Day in America.
First ROTC graduate student.
It has the power to influence weight loss, boost your immune system, and improve brain function.
We've seen an explosion of data on the role of the gut microbiome in health.
The free Build a Better Gut booklet reveals the latest information about the gut microbiome. You'll discover how your gut affects the rest of your health.
The gut microbiome has been linked to depression and cancer and heart disease.
Learn how to build a stronger, healthier gut.
The microbiome, if it's in good composition, are really protecting us all the time from more invasive things.
Get the Build a Better Gut booklet, free from the Christian Broadcasting Network. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/buildabettergut.
You need to make sure that your microbes are working with you, not against you.
And if you order online, you'll get immediate access to the Build a Better Gut series, a digital copy of the booklet, and related bonus material. Build a Better Gut today. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/buildabettergut for your free copy.
Hey, if you're tired and exhausted all day, you can't think clearly, and you really just need a cup or even a pot of coffee to get through your day, then join me, Dr. Josh Axe, for this new series where I'm going to teach you how to transform your diet and use essential oils and supplements to get a better night's sleep.
Wake up to your best life. Call 1-800-700-7000 to get your free DVD or booklet of Protect Your Sleep today.
Welcome back. We are going to go now real quick to Arkansas, where newly elected Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is giving her acceptance speech. Take a look.
For those who have served and given us this great country. People like Vic are the very best of who we are, and I'm forever thankful for him and all of those who have served that I have had the opportunity to meet along the campaign. One of the other things I love about Arkansas, we have the most beautiful state in the country. There's a reason we're called the natural state. You haven't lived until you have seen a sunrise in flooded green timber just before the ducks come in. We had the chance to do that, float the buffalo with our entire team, and we only broke one canoe in half. We won't name names. We had the opportunity to race a cardboard boat in Greer's Ferry. We had the chance to walk in the Pink Tomato Festival in absolutely torrential downpour. I'd like to apologize once again to my campaign staff who were all wearing white t-shirts, but I'm pretty sure we're going to win Warren. I also had the chance to take my kids on this journey, for them to see Arkansas, frankly, in the way that I did growing up. And it has been amazing to watch them see some of these things for the first time. We got to watch George, our youngest, win the Hope Watermelon Festival contest. Way to go, George. We got to watch Scarlett grow up and become the most amazing big sister to her two brothers. We are so proud of you. And just this week, our son Huck was elected mayor in his elementary school.
And that is the newly elected governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, beating her Democratic challenger, Chris Jones. We should mention that Sarah Huckabee Sanders is, of course, a former Trump White House press secretary and, interestingly enough, the daughter of former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. David, let's bring you in. You're quite familiar with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I know that you interviewed her a number of times when she was working in the Trump White House.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's great to see. I mean, she's just good people. I mean, even her critics will have to admit that. I mean, well, maybe not all of her critics, but the point is that she's just kind of a salt-of-the-earth person. You kind of saw that in the speech right there, which is, you know, she's talking about fishing and poles and I don't know, whatever they're doing down there in Arkansas, she's talking about it. She's very real, and this was kind of a slam dunk to begin with. And, of course, she got the coveted, you know, golden ticket, if you will. I feel like it's a Charlie, what is that, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know? Yeah, she got the golden ticket from Donald Trump, who said, you got to run for governor. And, of course, she did. And tonight she won. So, yeah, she's a born-again Christian who wears her faith on her sleeve and not afraid to talk about it. And whether you're Democrat or Republican, we need more folks like that for
David,
sure.
Real quickly, I should just put in a plug. Caitlin, I know you have some Arkansas history. You went to school in Arkansas, and one of my first reporting jobs was in Arkansas. So people there, salt of the earth and in the natural state. I do have to agree with what Sarah Huckabee Sanders just said. It is one of the most beautiful states. Maybe we should just carry on with some of the other gubernatorial races that have been called, or other House races. David, what are you looking at? What are some of the numbers that you're getting?
Well, I appreciate you giving me more airtime. I'll take it, John. Thank you, Caitlin. All right, let's go to this, shall we? I just like clicking buttons. Here we go. This is now once again. This plays the theme that I've been talking about. Ohio District 9, Marcy Kaptur. If you follow politics, you might go, oh, yeah, I kind of have heard of her. She's been around since forever. She's the Democrat. This is Lake Erie. This is the west of Cleveland, kind of over to Toledo. She's winning by about, what is that, about 23,000 votes. And you go, oh, solid victory for a Democrat tonight. Okay, here's the thing. She won 2 years ago by 69,000 votes. Tonight, she's winning by about 23,000 votes. So we'll see. I'm assuming that she's probably on her way to victory. But sometimes victory is not necessarily the point. The point is the trend line. The trend line we're starting to see is that even when Democrats win, their margin, their vote total is down. And I think sometimes we get lost in the numbers. And look, the numbers are important. Obviously, Republicans want to take over the House. They want to win the Senate, and that's going to kind of rule the headlines and rule the day. But let's not miss what lies beneath here, which is the fact that those numbers have been down from 2 years ago, and that is not a good sign for Democrats. So we'll see if it turns into a wave or a tsunami. But the bottom line is what we do know so far tonight is that Democrats are underperforming than they did 2 years ago.
All right. Well, leading up to this election, we heard warnings about potential violence and intimidation at polling places. So far, the major issue has been faulty ballot machines in Maricopa County, Arizona. That led former President Trump to send this message to others there.
Don't leave your line. Stay where you are. They say that the machines aren't working. They say that they're running out of paper in different locations throughout different states. There's a lot of bad things going on. Stay online. Do not leave.
Republicans filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours until 10 p.m. The problems follow several threats of violence towards election officials there.
CBN's Brody Carter is following the election security. Brody, what are election officials? How concerned are they over integrity affecting those at the polls?
Yeah, well, this is at the top of everybody's plate, and voters are already planning to blame fraud if their party doesn't win. That's 4 in 10 Republicans, 1 in 4 Democrats, according to an Axios poll. Officials fear delays in counting absentee and mail-in ballots could help fuel those claims of fraud. And now problems with dysfunctional voting machines in a handful of states can be added to the list. Now, in addition to Maricopa County, voting machines were down in each district across Mercer County. That's in New Jersey. However, people were able to vote and place them into a ballot box. Voting hours were extended in Pennsylvania's Luzerne County after needing to replenish their ballots. And in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis attempting to block the Department of Justice election monitors from gaining access to polling places in South Florida. He said in a letter that the federal government's involvement would be counterproductive and in violation of state law. 64 justices were sent to monitor how the elections are being conducted nationwide, and DeSantis barred them from doing so in Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach counties.
Your concerns included threats of violence and voter intimidation. What kind of security measures are being taken tonight?
Well, Caitlin, because of FBI and DHS warnings that violent extremists could pose a heightened threat, steps have certainly been taken across the country. Today, a threat at a Wisconsin polling place in West Bend happened when a man with a knife, he demanded staff just stop the voting. Now, thankfully, nobody was hurt. That man was in custody, and polling continued about 30 minutes later. And for the most part, political violence did not bubble to the surface. And on that note, it's certainly good news. John, Caitlin?
All right, Brody Carter, thanks so much. What we're going to do right now is turn back to Pennsylvania. That is a key competitive state where Democrats are hoping to flip a Senate seat in their favor. Polls there closed at 8 Eastern. You can see a precincts report there. Who do we have leading right now? John Fetterman is leading 56%. To Mehmet Oz, 44%, and that's just with 21% precincts reporting. What we can also tell you is that this race is one of those races that we're expecting to not be called tonight. We're expecting this to be a very, very, very close race that will probably take us well past Election Day before it's actually called.
And I believe we're hearing that a lot of the number that you just saw from Pennsylvania is early voting. So we don't necessarily have a lot from those who have voted today. But for more, we're joined again by Tara Mergener, live from Dr. Mehmet Oz's campaign headquarters. Tara, what can you tell us? What's going on there?
Well, it's getting louder. You can probably hear that for yourself. There's a lot of excitement in the room. Again, it's really too early to tell how this is going to shake out. And we've been saying over and over, there probably will not be any results that we know for sure tonight. Dr. Oz is expected to be here. We don't know what time yet, but it's getting closer. And there's definitely an air of excitement in the room. It's absolutely a nail biter. This morning, they were both up bright and early to cast their votes. Fetterman wore gym shorts and pulled up in a truck, and Dr. Oz wore a suit and a tie, and he stopped to talk to reporters. Fetterman did not, citing auditory issues from the stroke he had back in May, and saying that he just wouldn't understand the reporters. That stroke has been a major question throughout this campaign, of course, where coming up over and over again, is he actually able and fit to hold this office effectively? Let's take a look at some of the video from the final hours of the race. This is one of the most expensive Senate races in the country, and we'll see who that's going to pay off for in the days or the weeks or months to come, potentially. There's so many lawsuits floating around right now about absentee ballots, so it's going to be super interesting how all that plays out. Potentially an awful lot of chaos. This race also attracted some major heavy hitters as it got into the home stretch. Again, a nail biter with Real Clear Politics giving 47% to each of them at the last count in this race before election night. It's, you know, if there's not enough drama in this race as it is, there are reports that Fetterman sent out a memo to staffers on Monday saying that the GOP may try to discredit this race. And what he's talking about is the controversy over whether or not the mail-in ballots will be counted, because the state Supreme Court said they had to put them aside. Those are the ones I'm talking about that had errors, they had the wrong date, they were undated. So that is all still playing out as well. So again, voters may also have to pack their patience. This could be a long haul coming out of tonight. It certainly could be very frustrating, but if there is a blowout on either side, then all bets are off, and we could know the winner. So we just don't know, John and Caitlin, but it's exciting.
You know, Tara, you just mentioned some heavy hitters. We know over the weekend there were 3 presidents, 2 former presidents and a current president who were there campaigning in Pennsylvania. But aside from the heavy hitters and the big names, what have you heard about which issues are top of mind for Pennsylvania voters?
Well, that's a super interesting question. I actually have some numbers on that. There was a Marist poll that just came out. I went to school there, by the way. But the numbers are interesting. Inflation, 36% on the top of voters' mind, obviously mimicking the rest of the country. But I thought some of these other numbers were interesting. Democracy, 26%. Abortion, 20%. Immigration, 4%. Certainly clearly different than the other side of the country, definitely on the southern border. Yeah, and what's also interesting is that Joe Biden, a couple other interesting numbers, 42% approval rating, but 67% here have confidence in election security. So just some interesting numbers at the end of the election, John.
All right, thanks, Tara. And if we could go to David Brody now. David, I believe you've got something on Pennsylvania you want to update us on.
Yeah, and Tara, I don't know if you can hear this, but this is interesting. Let's take a look at this. This is in Pennsylvania, and I want to specifically go to Philadelphia County, which, of course, is where Philadelphia is. That's shocking. Look at what Fetterman's doing in Philadelphia County, and I want to break this down for a second. Now, the naked eye, you'll look at that and go, wow, look at that. Fetterman's just killing Oz in Philadelphia. Well, that's to be expected, right? And it is. But look at the number, 85.1%. And understand, only 21% of the vote is in Philadelphia County. But look at the percentage, 85.1%. When Bob Casey was running, the Democrat, for the former Democrat senator, and this is the apples to apples scenario, 6 years ago, he was getting 86% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and he was running against a Republican who got 12%. So if my calculation is correct, Fetterman is doing a percentage point less, not as good as Casey, and Oz is doing about a percentage point better than the last Republican to run. And in an election that's going to be considered one at the margins and is going to be razor thin close, that could be a good sign for Oz tonight, even though he's going to lose Philadelphia County by about, 72% or so. That's the difference. But these are the little geeky things that it shows and proves that I have no life. But at least it shows that there could be something there for Oz and his campaign, at least the campaign operatives, to hang on to. If I could just quickly go to Georgia, if you don't mind.
Real quick,
yes,
before we go to Georgia, for our viewers who are trying to kind of get their mind around certain things, we know, as Tara just mentioned in her report, lawsuits in the state of Pennsylvania, one of which was filed by Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Can you talk about what the strategy is there as far as these lawsuits? Is it to buy more time? Is it to increase their voter share? What's that about?
Well, I think it's a dotting I's and crossing T's situation, in this very volatile climate that we have on the Republican side, obviously with Donald Trump and some of the things he's saying and his supporters are saying. The Democrats as well are now saying, well, look, we're going to play that game, too, because we're not going to get kind of outdone on the lawsuits and all of the quote, shenanigans that may or may not be present, and I think that's what you're seeing. Do you want me to go to Georgia? I can do that real quick.
On to Georgia.
All right. Let's do Georgia, because look at District 2. 50%. Remember, we're talking about Sanford Bishop, the Democrat, who won his district by 50,000 points. Listen to me, like it's a Pac-Man game. 50,000 votes. And so anyhow, now he's in a tight race. And if I want to actually go specifically to, look at this. He's only up, less than 1,000 votes. And so he won it by 50,000. He's only up 1,000. That's really interesting. And real quick, if I can go to Brian Kemp for governor right here, you can kind of see it here. Brian Kemp is up by about 8 percentage points over Stacey Abrams with about 64% of the vote counted. Now, if I could just have one last geek out moment. All right, honestly, it might not be the last geek out moment of the night. But look, what operatives, let me pause for a second and say this. What operatives in Georgia are telling me is that the key for Herschel Walker is to stay within 6 points of Brian Kemp in every county. All right. So if that's the case, let's go to Floyd County. That's a suburban county. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene country up in Rome, Georgia, about an hour north of Atlanta. This is the number Brian Kemp is doing, 74.8%. So therefore, Herschel Walker, as we go up and take a look at what his number is in that same county, we'll just do that real quick here. And, of course, we're in Pennsylvania, so let me just quickly change that to Georgia. Just give me one moment here. Here we go, Georgia. And when we go to Floyd County, and we'll type that in, that's the number, 68.9. So we have 74 point whatever to Herschel Walker, 68. So once again, he is right there, about 6% behind Brian Kemp. So Brian Kemp did 74% in that county, Floyd County. Herschel Walker is doing less than Brian Kemp by about 6 percentage points. Once again, the operatives tell me that as long as Herschel Walker is within 6 points or so of Kemp, it should be okay. If he's more than that, it's a problem. He's right on the line, 6%,
David,
which suggests that it's going to be a long night in Georgia.
Can you explain why the split ticket? If a person is voting for Republican Brian Kemp as their governor, why split that ticket? What's motivating that?
Listen, and a lot of Herschel Walker fans might not want to hear this, but the truth of the matter is Brian Kemp obviously is a better candidate than Herschel Walker. He's running for governor now a second time. He has a proven track record. The folks in Georgia like him. Look what he's doing to Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, who almost won the governorship 4 years ago, is down by 8 points, and she's most likely going to lose tonight in Georgia to a very solid Brian Kemp. So Brian Kemp is very formidable in Georgia. Not to take anything away from Herschel Walker, but he's not Brian Kemp. He doesn't have a proven track record. He's not the governor of the state, and he's not as proven. And so, therefore, I think that's part of it.
David, can I ask you a quick question about
I got plenty of time.
Where the money is? I think something interesting, switching back to Pennsylvania just for a second. Yeah. Dr. Mehmet Oz is the top self-funding candidate in the 2022 midterm cycle. Now, that is not quite what I've seen as I've been looking at some of these other toss-up Senate races. We have seen Democrats outspending Republicans pretty significantly. Has that made a difference? You know, we've seen that go into ads. We've seen that go into so many other things leading up to these elections. But will that money make the difference?
Well, it's a good question, and I'm glad you raised it. And I guess the short answer is yes, but there's a couple asterisks to that. First of all, the reason the answer is yes, Caitlin, is because it's always kind of show me the money, follow the money. Money is always a factor in all of these races. And the Democrats might not be, they might be doing a whole lot worse if all of that money didn't go in to many of these races tonight. So there's that. But the truth of the matter is, ultimately, it's not going to be so much about the money. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they can run all the ads they want. But if someone's sitting at home going, why did I just pay $62 for an appetizer and a couple of drinks at Carrabba's? Then they're just going to be like, you know what? I don't care how much money you're actually putting out there in terms of these races. It's not worth it. So I think ultimately there is the human factor. And you know, politics has a lot to do with, you know, the old, do you want to grab a beer with the guy? You know, this relatable stuff. And I think that ultimately at the end of the day is very important.
All right. Thanks, David.
Yeah. Thanks, David.
On the day of midterm elections, sitting presidents tend to stay pretty quiet. That was the case today for President Biden.
The president had no public events on his agenda today, and we haven't heard much from the White House this evening. But Abigail Robertson is there now, and Abigail, President Biden, as we just mentioned, has been pretty quiet, and in the lead-up, he was especially quiet in swing states. Care to take a stab at why that was the case?
That's right, John, and it's as simple as poll numbers. He is not super popular with the American people right now, and President Biden, throughout his whole career, has always maintained that if his presence is helpful to Democratic candidates on the campaign trail, he'll get out there and campaign with them. But if his presence might hurt their chances of winning, he will step back and stay away. And that's what we've seen these past couple of weeks. President Biden has really stayed away from some of these key races where Democrats really need to win over swing voters who polls indicate are not super happy with the job President Biden is doing right now.
While many voters are focused on the economy, the White House has doubled down on abortion access being the biggest issue. How have we seen that play out?
Well, Democrats in the administration have really gone all in on abortion these past 3 months. They've spent millions of dollars with advertisements campaigning on the issue of abortion, betting that it would be an issue that was top of mind for voters today. Polls these past few weeks indicated that this was not going to be a big issue affecting the results today. In some cases, it even had it down the line that the fifth, sixth issue that voters cared about. But exit polls, which, as David said earlier, take them with a grain of salt, are indicating that abortion actually was a huge issue, top of mind for voters today as they went to cast their votes.
With the exception, Abby, of Georgia, if one of the candidates does not reach a 50% threshold, Americans may enjoy a break from political campaign ads starting tomorrow. But how long do you think that will last before we gear up for the 2024 presidential election campaigns and they get officially or unofficially underway?
Well, John, I think there's a strong case to be made that the 2024 presidential election is already unofficially underway, particularly when it comes to Republican candidates. Throughout this campaign season, we have seen a lot of governors who are viewed as potential GOP 2024 hopefuls, like Governor Glenn Youngkin and Ron DeSantis, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, venturing out of their state and hitting the campaign trail for Republicans around the country. And in doing so, they're also boosting their own national name recognition and possibly putting out feelers for 2024 Republican nomination runs. And then, of course, there's former President Donald Trump, who has been teasing a massive 2024 announcement for next week. So I think it's safe to say that the break will be short-lived, and we're going to start seeing candidates really start throwing their name in the hat, I would guess, earlier than in previous years.
Boy.
Something to look forward to. All right, well, next we will take a look at the latest polls closing and break down all the closest races. Right now, we are going to take a quick break. You're watching CBN News. We'll be right back.
Are you
you suffering from feeling tired or worn out during the day? Can you not turn off your brain at night? You are not alone. Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Bruce, the sleep doctor, and I've partnered with the Christian Broadcasting Network, and we're going to bring you some unbelievable information that you can use tonight to get a better night's rest.
Wake up to your best life. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com to get your free copy of Protect Your Sleep today.
It's the new Superbook Bible app. It's packed with games, activities, and Superbook episodes that you can watch for free. Oh, no! There's trivia, a fun daily devotional, and answers to your Bible questions. Plus, an easy-to-understand Bible the whole family will enjoy. You can even create your own Superbook character. Ta-da! It's the new Superbook Bible app. Free downloads on iTunes, Google Play, and Amazon.
Orphans Promise is committed to loving and serving at-risk children, to helping keep families together, and to creating opportunities for strong and sustainable communities around the world. We're working in over 60 countries around the world, and with your help, we can do even more. There's an old African proverb I love that says, if you want to run fast, run alone. But if you want to run far, run together. At Orphans Promise, we want to run far so we can touch the lives of as many orphaned and vulnerable children as possible. But we don't want to go alone. We're out to change the world, one child, one family, one community at a time. Will you join us?
Welcome back to the CBN News special midterm election coverage. As we head into the 10 p.m. hour here on the East Coast, more and more states have polls closing. Montana, Idaho, Utah, and perhaps of most note is this hour's closing, Nevada. Right now, we are going to go over to our election wall, and John and David have something for us.
We got something for you. I'm here with Chief Political Analyst David Brody. As we just mentioned, some of those polls in the West Coast that closed. David, let's just hone in on where Caitlin left off, Nevada. Yeah. That is one of the most competitive races where a vulnerable Democrat is trying to fend off a challenge by a Republican challenger, and that's Catherine Cortez Masto.
That's right. We'll put her up right there on the screen if I can. I did. You know,
that's New York. Where are we going?
Well, I don't know. New York, Nevada, same thing.
You got New York on the mind.
Okay, there it is. Oh, gosh, and there's the governor's race. There we go. There she is. She was hiding from us. Catherine Cortez Masto. Here's what's interesting here. A first Latina woman elected to Congress, or excuse me, to the Senate. And what's interesting here is that she did not do that well with the Latino vote when she ran 6 years ago. So the number tonight, what we're looking at is
you're watching the Latino vote.
I'm watching the Latino vote, and I'm also watching the number specifically. Okay, so in 2016, when she ran last, she got 61% of the Latino vote. So I want to see, and from a benchmark standpoint, does she improve on that? I can tell you Adam Laxalt, her Republican challenger, actually beat her among Hispanics in the latest poll that was released just in the last week or so. So this will be interesting to watch. Obviously, the service workers in Clark County in Nevada.
The big unions.
Big unions. That is all a big part of it. And of course, as we know, Clark County is about 70% of voters are actually located in and around Las Vegas.
David, when you mentioned the Hispanic vote, it actually is a testament or affirms what we heard from Reverend Sammy Rodriguez earlier when he was talking about the Latino vote really shifting from Democrats to Republicans. I just want to mention in our preparations for tonight, we talked about this floor. You're looking at the national the national level of Hispanic voters. Can you talk a little bit about this floor and where the expectation is for Republicans in gaining momentum or inroads with Latinos?
Yeah, for sure. So the floor is 37%. And what that means specifically is that the GOP strategists that I'm talking to say that if Republicans get 37% of the Latino vote tonight across the entire country, that'll be a good night. But what they're really looking for is that ceiling number, which would be 40%. If they can get 40% of the Latino vote Well, that's a whole different ballgame. I mean, that changes. That should get them Nevada. It should win them at least one, maybe two seats down in Texas, as we've talked about. Texas 15, 28, and 34. We could probably check on those seats here soon. And obviously in many other states. Colorado will be interesting to watch, too.
Since you pulled it up, New York on the mind, do you want to go back to the New York map? We know polls closed in New York, and we have seen a race that got closer than most of us suspected. Kathy Hochul looking to have her first full term. Her challenger, Lee Zeldin, a congressman from Long Island and in New York. Why is this race in blue New York so close?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but let's just start with crime. The number one reason is crime. If you look at the polling, not just in the governor's race, but also in some of these congressional districts. We talked about District 17, 18, 19, 22, 3 and 4, all around that Hudson Valley. Crime. It's around that New York City, north of New York City area has been really, really crucial. So that's really what's been driving it. And also, Kathy Hochul has been, she's really been kind of roughed up, if you will, on the COVID lockdown situation, you know, coming after Andrew Cuomo, and then she replaced him. And so there's that. And so Zeldin is really kind of honing in on that. He's trying for, how do I say this, the Hasidic Jewish vote, which is about 1 million or so, believe it or not, in the Brooklyn, New York area. So that'll be interesting to watch. You know, we're on the Jewish vote watch, so we'll see about that. But look, let's look at New York real quick while we're here in New York, and let's look at District 17. This is the one we've been talking about tonight. Well, look at this. This is interesting. And once again, only 22% reporting. But look at this. This is the Republican in Sean Maloney's district. Sean Maloney is the Democrat. He's a big deal on Capitol Hill. He's the head of the DCCC, in other words, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Well, 22% reporting. We'll see. But the point is, he's losing to the Republican, and that is north of New York City. And if I could just quickly, go ahead.
You know, the interesting thing about this particular race, like you said, he's the head of the DCCC. The last head of the DCCC actually lost his race in New York. That was Congressman Crowley. So it almost seems like this particular position, when it comes to Democrats who try to protect Democrats in the House and protect their margins, we've just seen if these numbers continue as they do tonight, it is one that has led to vulnerable Democrats being ousted.
Yeah, for sure. And if I could quickly just go to the Senate map, just to kind of get a recap at 10 o'clock or so Eastern. We don't have any of these major toss-up races decided yet. We figured they wouldn't. However, if we look into Ohio, that's getting closer. J.D. Vance is now leading by 6 percentage points, and it's over 60% now against the Democrat Tim Ryan. This is expected to go to the Republicans, though once again, it's technically considered a toss-up, but just in the last few weeks, J.D. Vance has really pulled ahead. So we'll see. But once again, just to recap the Senate map, Republicans need to keep Pennsylvania. I think that's going to be a while. Get some sleep tonight, John.
I'm going to try.
I know you will.
You need to get some sleep as well.
Well, that's for sure at my age. Pennsylvania, Ohio are two of the Republican seats, and you've got North Carolina and Wisconsin. Those are the 4 seats Republicans have to keep in the Senate. If they do, remember, they're at 50 right now. Right. So they keep those, and then they try to go for the strive for 5, as we've talked about tonight, which is Georgia. That'd be 51 if they can get it. Nevada and Arizona, 52, 53. Washington, 54, and possibly New Hampshire, 55. I'm kind of surprised that the New Hampshire results are a bit slow in coming. Typically, we get results a little earlier.
Sure.
It's already 10 o'clock, and we don't really have much. We have about 25% or so reporting.
David, what we're going to do is give you a little bit of a break.
Good. I like the walk.
So that you can drill down on some more numbers, and we're going to throw things back to Caitlin. Right. Caitlin?
Thank you. And I wanted to just let you all know that President Trump is about to speak. So right now we're going to go back to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Matt Galka. But if Trump starts his speech, we will break away and go to that. So Matt is live in Washington. Matt, results are still coming in. But what are you seeing as far as voting trends out there? Some split tickets?
Yeah, Caitlin, I fully expect to be cut off here if the former president starts speaking. But in the meantime, what are some interesting things that we are seeing is some of these high-stakes races, right? We're talking about Pennsylvania and we're talking about Georgia, 2 of the most watched Senate races in the entire country. What's interesting right now is some polling indicated leading up to those races, and us on the ground talking to people kind of indicated that it might go this way, is that you have some split ticket voters. In Pennsylvania, you have the governor candidate there, Josh Shapiro, for the Democrat governor candidate, outperforming Democrat John Fetterman right now. You have Dr. Mehmet Oz outperforming Doug Mastriano on the Republican side of the ticket. That could end up being one of those split scenarios if the Democrat governor holds on and Dr. Oz pulls through, vice versa, which is very interesting. You go down to Georgia, where you had a high-profile Senate race, but also a very high-profile governor's race with Brian Kemp, the incumbent Republican, and Stacey Abrams, one of the Democratic stars who almost beat Kemp 4 years ago. You had some murmurs about how Stacey Abrams just isn't drawing enough interest this time around, especially with some African-American men, according to the polling. But you had some polling that would support Democrat Senate incumbent Raphael Warnock over Herschel Walker. Right now, Kemp outperforming Walker, and you have Warnock outperforming Abrams. So that split ticket voter, which kind of goes unnoticed sometimes during election cycles, apparently alive and well, because we could have another scenario in other states that we're just about to get some of the results from. So something to keep an eye on as the night progresses.
Speaking of getting results from other states, we could be getting results from Arizona soon, but there were some last-minute changes there. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, a state near and dear to my heart. I spent the last 5 years before CBN in Arizona, specifically in Maricopa County, and Arizona has become a state for what some would call ground zero for people who question the results of the 2020 election. Well, today, again in Maricopa County, you had some voting precincts earlier this morning that apparently had printer problems. Anywhere from 20 to 30% of these precincts were having some printer problems where the ballot was not being fed in. It was not being not counted. You could still put it in a slot. There were some measures from Maricopa County, but the ballot, they were just having those problems at these precincts. Bad optics, especially for a county that, again, was ground zero for a lot of the questions about 2020. Now, fast forward to today, you had some of the Republican candidates for governor, Kari Lake, for Senate, Blake Masters, suing to try and keep the polls open an extra 3 hours, and at the last minute, a judge ended up rejecting that lawsuit. So the polls closed there. But again, at a county, and I know this from experience, I was there, I covered it, at a county that has been so embroiled in a lot of these controversies for the past 2 years, ongoing, you have yet another angle or storyline as we start to get some results pouring in from Arizona.
All right. Thank you, Matt. We appreciate those updates. If we could bring in Jennifer Wish on now from Washington. North Carolina has one lone swing district, and that is North Carolina 13, where Republican Bo Hines is running against Democrat Wiley Nickel. And that is a district that was also affected by redistricting. Jennifer, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing there?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Caitlin. North Carolina was one of those states that actually picked up a congressional seat after the 2020 census, and it kind of threw their congressional map into disarray. I think they're actually going to run on a different map in 2 years. They've just had a lot of trouble drawing their lines. But District 13 actually moved about 100 miles from where it used to be. This is a Raleigh suburb district, and a lot of people are watching this as a potential bellwether. It became more blue when it moved 100 miles. And right now, with about 69% of the votes in, the Democrat, State Senator Wiley Nichols, is ahead by about 11,000 votes. Again, this may not, this trend may continue. State Senator Wiley Nickel may prevail here, but a lot of people watching this for the margins, as David's been talking about, maybe not necessarily who's winning, but how close are Republicans getting, just to kind of gauge what could be happening in the rest of the country. So this one, again, North Carolina's lone swing district is one we're going to be watching.
Jennifer, we're just going to go to Trump real quick. He has started speaking, so we're going to take that.
I'd like to welcome the fake news media, which is back there. There's a lot of people back there. That's incredible. That's a big group. They must be expecting something big tonight. Actually, they were hoping for big losses, but that's not happening. So the numbers have been amazing so far. Now, this is just up until this point. But as of this moment on endorsements, with the nominations, we had a total of 330 endorsements on nominations. This is only on nominations. This isn't for tonight. And of the 330, we won 200. We won 324. So if you think 224, and some of those were long shots, in all fairness. They were down in 5th place. We had a lot of people in 5th place that went to first, but it was 224 out of 330, and that's a pretty good number. And then tonight, because they kept saying, well, he's good on nominations, but is he good on the general election? So as of this moment, and we have some out there, we are 80 wins and 3 losses. Is that good? Wouldn't that be funny if we were better on the general election than the nominations themselves? So that's great. Now, in North Carolina, just out, Ted Budd is now leading, doing great. He's leading 51-47. In Missouri, very good guy, Eric Schmidt is now up 55-43, and he's against a Bush, but a different Bush. It's called an Anheuser-Busch. That's a different Bush. You tell me which is the real Bush. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is now leading 52-47. And we had an incredible rally last night in Ohio. And you saw that in Florida, Marco Rubio, we had an unbelievable rally for Marco the night before with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with. I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night. And all of a sudden, it turned deadly dark. And it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me. We went through the worst storm, but we gutted it out. I had no teleprompters. We had 45,000 people out there. We had no teleprompter. And I said, I wonder what Biden would do right now. But we gutted it out. And it was amazing. But Marco had a fantastic evening at 58-41. That's really tremendous. That's as of this moment. Katie Britt, I want to congratulate Katie Britt. We endorsed Katie, and she did fantastically. 68-30. That means she has a future, young, and just a fantastic woman with a husband who's great. He's maybe the largest human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually. Played for Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially.
And that was former President Trump giving what feels like his
some of our race updates for us. We don't need to fill you in on those.
I feel like a competitor station, if you will. We do have some races that we want to update you on. I know that you have a race in Colorado.
Yes, so Democrat Michael Bennet has won re-election to the U.S. Senate from Colorado. He beat out his Republican challenger, Joe O'Dea. Now, Colorado is a pretty reliably blue state, but Joe O'Dea actually gave him a little bit of a run for his money, and that was considered a race that was more competitive than expected. O'Dea is a pretty moderate Republican, and so he actually has said that he disagreed with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and he thinks that Dreamers should have a path to citizenship. He believes in legalizing marijuana. So not the typical narrative that you hear coming from a Republican candidate. But again, his Democratic challenger has won re-election.
Why don't we just stay on the Senate? I was going to mention something not too far from Colorado, but the AP is also calling the Missouri Senate race for Eric Schmidt. He wins his election in the Show Me state. Also want to mention that Republican Governor Kevin Stitt wins his second full term in Oklahoma. That race was, at least in polls, described as getting closer towards the end. There were some issues with Governor Stitt having some scandals. There were some issues where he angered some of the Native American tribal nations, and his Democratic challenger switched parties last year so that she could challenge him. She was the director of education in the state. A lot of the polls were saying that that race was tightening, but it was a decisive win by incumbent Governor Kevin Stitt in the state of Oklahoma.
And if we could go to David quickly, as we said, we are expecting to find out results from Virginia, and we are seeing a lot of results come in. David, what have we seen change? We don't have anything officially called yet, but what are you seeing in Virginia?
Well, you read my mind, because I am in Virginia. As a matter of fact, let's just go to it right now. This is Virginia 7. Look at this. Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, has come back with 95% of the votes reported. She leads by about 4,000, 5,000 or so. So Jessup Vega now trailing in that race. We knew this would be close all night. That's good news for the Democrats. So just so you understand where Virginia District 7 is, that's the suburbs to the west of Washington, D.C., definitely liberal up there. And Spanberger, at this point, looks like she could be winning that tonight. We'll see. And then we go to Virginia District 2. We've talked about this. This is down in that Virginia Beach area. The Republicans still holding on, almost 80% of the vote in, and she, Jen Kiggins, is up by about 23,000 votes. So that is a real potential of a flip tonight in the in the Republican column. And finally, if I go to Virginia District 10, that's I don't know why I'm in Vermont, but I'll go to Virginia. That's a good idea. And we'll go to District 10, and that's, something Jennifer Wishon was talking about earlier. There's Jennifer Wexton, the Democrat. She's pulling away, it looks like, up by 14,000 votes now over the Republican challenger there. Republicans were hopeful they could get District 10, but once again, a little bit too liberal tonight. So it looks like Democrats probably will win 2 of those 3 Virginia seats, but they could flip that Virginia 2 seat, and that's kind of where we're at on Virginia right now, guys.
David, we work in the Washington, D.C. bureau, so not too far from that Virginia district where Abigail Spanberger won re-election. And I have to say, I'm not on TV very often, but when I watch, we were bombarded with ads against Jessup Vega, who had this clip that was played over and over again about abortion. So abortion played very, very largely in that district. And as you said, not surprisingly, that resonated in that district so close to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, earlier today, we spoke with Ralph Reed, founder and chairman of the Faith and Freedom Coalition, about high stakes at this election year.
We seem to hear every election is the most important election of our time. Would you say that's the case tonight?
I certainly think that every election is pivotal if you're going to preserve and defend the health of a democracy. And I think that, unfortunately, Joe Biden campaigned one way and governed another. He said he was going to unify the country, and he polarized and divided it. He said that he was going to bring us together and that the very burden of his soul was to unite us, and he ended up 2 years later denouncing his opponent as fascist. And he said that he was going to govern as a centrist, and instead he presided over some of the most radical economic and social policies in the history of our country. And I think unfortunately for him and the Democrats tonight, it's going to lead to a painful but necessary corrective. This is going to be a chastening night for the Democrats, that you can't go to the American people and say, vote for me and I'll do one thing, and then you do the exact opposite. And they're going to be punished tonight.
Ralph, we know your organization, the Faith and Freedom Coalition, is always targeting evangelical voters. Can you tell us what issues are most important to that voting bloc this year? And how does the evangelical turnout look so far?
Well, Jesus said that man does not live by bread alone, but man has to have bread to live. So evangelical Christians and born-again Christians are just as concerned about the economy as everybody else. I mean, the price of meat going up 20 to 25%, the price of gasoline going up 50, 60, 70%, impacting their ability to provide for their families, our surveys show is their #1 concern. Second to that is the right to life and the need to protect unborn life. And in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision on June 24th of this year, for the first time in 50 years, we have the opportunity to pass state laws that will preserve and protect unborn life. And of course, the Democrats are doing everything they can to prevent that, not only by fighting our state laws, but by also codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law and mandating taxpayer funding of abortion. So when we've done our surveys, and we, by the way, have knocked on 8,238,000 doors in 26 states, reaching right at 15.2 million evangelical Christian voters in their homes to drive them to the polls. And we surveyed them, and that's what we got back, are their 2 top concerns.
Let's shift a little bit and talk about character and candidates. This came into play with President Trump. Some Christians said they supported his policies, not his behavior. Now, do you see that coming into play with other candidates too, namely Herschel Walker?
No, I really don't. I think I see what's playing out with Herschel Walker has been a gutter-level campaign of character assassination, of fear and of smear, and to engage in the politics of personal destruction, to literally try and destroy the life of a very good man. You know, Herschel is one of the most admired athletes, businessmen, former Olympian, involved in charitable affairs, one of the most admired men in the country. He's been open about the fact that he's dealt with mental health challenges in the past. He wrote a book about it. Some of those mental health challenges involved him dealing with anger, and it led to him at times being violent or threatening violence. And he was very open about that. But he was also open about the fact that he sought help. He got professional help. He got God's help. And the Lord helped him through it, and he became a better man as a result of it. And I think it's a story of hope, and it's a story of redemption. And for the Democrats and for Raphael Warnock, who moonlights as a preacher when he's not a senator, to reject the politics of redemption and hope and engage in the politics of personal destruction was beneath the dignity of the office that they both sought, and it was beneath the decency of the people of Georgia, and that's why it's going to be rejected.
All right, Ralph Reed with the Faith and Freedom Coalition. Thanks for taking time to talk with us on this important night.
Thanks, Ralph.
You bet. Good to be with you.
Well, in that pre-recorded interview, we heard Ralph Reed talk about Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. Just a quick update. That race is by razor-thin margin, just 68.9% of precincts reporting. Herschel Walker leads just by under 30,000 votes. So that, of course, there's more votes being tallied. But just a quick update that Herschel Walker, the Republican challenging Senator Raphael Warnock, leads by 30,000 votes.
Moving now to Virginia, Heather Sells has been on the move tonight. She joins us now from Jen Kiggans' campaign headquarters. Heather, you just arrived at the election party for Jen Kiggans. What's the mood like there?
Right. Well, you can tell by the fact that I'm holding my earpiece. It's very loud. It's a very upbeat crowd. It's a much bigger crowd. I mean, it was just, you know, we came over here about half an hour ago in a completely different atmosphere. There's very much a feeling that Kiggans is going to pull it off, and it's just a matter of when we're all going to find out. So it's a fun place to be tonight. Yeah, a lot of people who are excited. There's also a lot of school board candidates here and city council candidates here, so that does account for the size. But overall, just a very upbeat crowd here, Caitlin.
What do people think there has made the difference for her?
Right. I wouldn't say there's, you know, one special ingredient in her secret sauce, if you will. But I did talk with the Attorney General, Jason Miyares, a little bit ago, and he just used the phrase checks and balances. He said, you know, people are tired of the Democrats controlling Washington, and they want a little more balance. And I thought that was an interesting perspective. And then he also, of course, cited inflation, which, as we've been talking about all along tonight, has been the issue that the GOP ran with in this campaign. And I think for Jen Kiggins, it was very effective. And she positioned herself also as a mother, not only as a former Navy pilot, and talked about, people texting me about the price of oatmeal going up. She got very granular with it, talked about being in carpool lines, talking with people. And so she, I think, really found a way to connect with people over that issue of inflation. She also talked about the border crime and education, which I think resonated with a lot of people as well. In contrast to Luria, who was talking a lot about democracy, January 6th, and I think that just did not resonate with people in the same way.
Heather, speaking of carpools, kudos to you for being able to get from one campaign to the other in a matter of minutes. When might we be hearing from Kiggins tonight?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, John?
Yeah, I was just asking, when do you think we might be able to hear from Kiggins with her her acceptance speech tonight?
Right, yeah, and that's the question a lot of people here are asking. It's possible that it could be in the next hour that we could have those results confirmed, but there is just, we don't really know. But we are hoping that we will hear tonight, and perhaps this race will be wrapped up tonight.
All right, Heather Sells, thanks so much for your reporting. And we'll be right back with more of our election coverage right after this.
Elmer and his wife Rosa were devastated to learn that their son Christopher was born with club feet. The doctor urged the family to schedule surgery. Elmer knew they could never afford it. Rosa remembered hearing about Operation Blessing at the hospital. They called and asked if we could help.
They opened the doors for us so that we could have hope that our child would walk normally.
Operation Blessing arranged for Christopher to receive the surgery and casting needed to correct the misalignment in his feet and ankles.
I am thankful for the people who did this surgery for my son.
CBN partners are changing lives. Your help brings food, water, and joy to families. Children learn, play, laugh, and smile again because you care. Partner with CBN. Please call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com.
If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old is gone, and the new has come. And they overcame by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. Has Jesus changed your life? We'd love to hear your story and celebrate it by sharing it with others. You never know how your story could change someone's life.
Welcome back to our special midterm coverage. We would like to bring David Brody back in right now. David, I'm curious, at this point in our coverage, 10:30 Eastern time, do we have any idea of if we're seeing a trickle or ripple, a wave, a tsunami? What's going on here?
Well, the only thing I can tell you, at least, I don't want to say for sure, because nothing's for sure at 10:30 at night on election night, but I can tell you this, it does not appear that we're going to see a tsunami by Republicans. And once again, check with me tomorrow after about 45 minutes of sleep, and I'll get back to you. But let me explain one of the reasons, or what I'm seeing, and give you some empirical evidence as to why. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Look at this race here. This is Pennsylvania District 7. Susan Wild, the Democrat. This was a toss-up. This has been a toss-up for a very long time, but the Democrat winning by a pretty comfortable margin. We'll see if that holds up. And then if you go to Pennsylvania 8 as well, and once again, this is around Luzerne County. We've heard about Luzerne County tonight, and also it's that little south of Luzerne County. You have Matt Cartwright. Now, Matt Cartwright, the Democrat, beat Jim Bognet, a former Trump official, by about 13,000 votes 2 years ago. He's now winning by, what is it, about 24,000 votes right now. We'll see if that holds up. But the point is, he's done even better than he did in 2020. So once again, I can go through about, I don't want to take the time to go through about 7, 8, 9 other races. There's a couple in Ohio, a couple in Indiana, a couple in Illinois, where Democrats were in toss-up seats that Republicans really could have picked up and flipped. It does not appear like that's going to happen. So could there be a red wave? Absolutely. A tsunami means a lot of these toss-up races would have had to go Republicans' way. I mean, look at Virginia. Here, that's a good example. There were 3 toss-up races, or actually there were 4, but there were 3 toss-up races for sure. Virginia 2 and Virginia 7 and Virginia 10. And it looks at this point that Democrats will win 2 of those 3, and there'll only be 1 flip, not 3. And I think, Caitlin, that's the point, that we are seeing some flips in Florida. 13, Virginia 2 looks to be a flip, and I can go over a few others. But right now, it doesn't seem like there's lots of flipping going on. And so, therefore, it doesn't appear to be a tsunami at this point. But once again, let's just, as they say in 1985, let's all take a chill pill. And do they really still say that? No, they don't say that. That was 1985.
I don't believe they say that anymore,
I just dated
David.
myself on national.
I think I still say that.
Do you really?
Yeah.
David, why don't we just bring in another Senate race, Wisconsin?
Yeah.
We're looking at numbers right now, and it's just over 50% of the vote has been counted. But Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor in that state, challenging incumbent Ron Johnson, we're seeing that it's 50-50. The lead is just by a fraction, 750,000 votes to 749,000 votes. What do we expect with that, with just 50% of the votes counted?
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to go to the numbers because a lot of times, a lot of the analysis comes when you take a look at the actual numbers. And so, my computer's sticking. Here it goes, Wisconsin. So let's pop that up real quick. And here we go. Wisconsin. And you said the Senate race. Sorry, I'm in the governor's race. Anyhow, I'll get back to it. But yeah, look, once again, it's important to understand, and I'll have to look through those numbers in a second because I have to see what's going on in Milwaukee County and Dane County and some of those counties that are around the Milwaukee area. That will depend because 51% means nothing depending on what part of the state is in and what part isn't. Having said that, it's going to be interesting to see because Mandela Barnes has really, they had Obama come in for him. They had a lot of folks come in for him at the last moment. But he wasn't necessarily, it didn't seem like, he seemed like he was losing momentum in the last couple of weeks. Now, let me just say something on the flip side, because we've been talking a lot about a red wave and Republicans are going to do well. Let's think for a second, for a moment. If Democrats, if this night becomes actually relatively okay for Democrats, if they win Pennsylvania, and let's just say for some reason, all those 5, remember the strive for 5, let's say Republicans don't pick up any of those. Let's say Democrats keep those seats. Well, now Democrats are adding. Pennsylvania could be 51. If they win Wisconsin with Mandela Barnes, for the Republicans and for conservatives, because that's 52. And you say, what does it matter if it's 52? Well, say goodbye, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, the 2 Democrat senators who held up all of the Democrats' big plans on a filibuster, and they wanted to change this and codify Roe into law and all. It would happen with 52 Democrat senators. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, if Democrats pick up those 2, and Republicans can't pick up any, that's the nightmare scenario for Republicans. That's the flip side of all this.
All right, we'll just have to wait and see. David, hang tight.
Yep.
Right now, we want to go to Keith Simon of Truth Over Tribe. He joins us. Keith, you say your mission is to pledge allegiance to the lamb, not the donkey or the elephant.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. You know, as I sit and listen to everybody speculating and a bit of worry and fear in people's voices, I just can't help but my heart go out to them that so much rides in their life on the outcome of this election. I was just on the New York Times website not long ago, and it listed 5 ways to soothe yourself tonight if your anxiety is high. Breathing exercises, putting your head in a bowl of cold water. I mean, this is craziness that we have built so much of our personal happiness and our personal life on the outcome of elections. I just don't think that's probably the way it should be.
Put it into perspective for us when it comes to the biblical mandate we have as Christians.
Well, right, especially of Christians. I understand if somebody doesn't know Christ, that maybe this election is everything to them. But for those of us who call ourselves Christians, that means that we believe that Jesus is king. He was king yesterday, he's king today, he'll be king tomorrow, always was and always will be king. That means he rules the universe, that we don't have anything to fear, that our enemy is not somebody of a different party, that we don't try to defeat our enemies, but we imitate our Savior who died for his enemies. That we want to love our neighbor and build bridges to people. And I think Christians have lost perspective and somehow have come to believe that politics is the way that we're going to see the kingdom of God come in our world. That's just not going to happen. You're not going to get the kingdom without the king. And of course, the king is Jesus, not President Biden or whoever the Republicans will run against him in 2024.
Keith, we all know that America is divided, but that also applies to church. We've heard and we've read reports where, sometimes a person might go to a church and kind of size up whether the church is conservative or progressive and decide to move on if it doesn't fit their agenda. How should we treat people who vote differently as Christians?
Yeah, I do think you're seeing people who are more interested in the politics of the church than the Bible, than their love for Jesus and their love for their community. What I think that Christians are taught to do is to imitate Jesus, who built bridges toward people, who searched out the outsider. He taught his disciples to find those people who are on the margins of society and to pay a special attention to those people. Everybody is invited into Jesus's tribe. Everybody. It doesn't matter what your politics are or your gender or your race or your ethnicity. Everybody is welcome to come into his tribe. But here's the thing about people in Jesus's tribe is that we're taught that we are to lay down our lives for people outside our tribe, that we're to sacrifice for them and welcome them in. So we're not looking at ourselves as Christians as better than other people. We're not looking at our neighbor as someone who is our enemy, but someone who is a friend. And I think the more we know people who vote differently than us, who maybe are of a different race than us, the more we'll see that we share a lot in common with these people. And our goal isn't to defeat them. They might be wrong. It's fine to say, hey, I think they're wrong about these issues. That's fine. Yeah, that's very well true. We might be wrong ourselves. But even if they are wrong, they're not wicked.
Do you think there's a danger of Christians being known more for how we vote and not as much as what Jesus said we should be known for, which is how we love one another?
Well, absolutely. I mean, as you listen to Christians today and how much they've invested in their politics, that they're drawing lines around people and dividing where Jesus never taught us to do that. I have a friend who went to a family reunion, and at the family reunion, people said that they were going to support former President Trump. This is back when he was running in 2016, and of course, somebody else said at the family reunion, "No, we're against him." And they all went back into their, hometowns. But the argument went on Facebook, and it just kept going and going. And people started boycotting each other's weddings in the family. They boycotted a young father's funeral who died of aggressive brain cancer, all because of who they voted for. Our churches are being torn apart by political factionalism. Our families are being torn apart. Is this the world we want to live in? Somehow, politicians have convinced us that they are more important than our family members and the people in our church. Somehow we've believed this big lie. Jesus is king. He's in charge. He rules. Think about China. Right now, the government would love to squash out the Chinese church, and yet it's growing. Think about all the places around the world where they're against the church, but the church is growing.
Keith, unfortunately, we are out of time. You laid down a lot of truths and a lot of great points, and we appreciate you for spending some time with us. Keith Simon with Truth Overdrive. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Keith.
Thanks for having me.
We are nearing the 11 o'clock hour, which means we're going to have some new polls closing soon, specifically California, Oregon, Washington. David, I know you have been watching Oregon specifically. Can you talk a little bit about why that state is important?
Yeah, for sure, Caitlin. As a matter of fact, I'll go to my house map. I think I get paid every time my private house map. No, that's not my private house map, by the way. I mean, the map I made. Sorry, I didn't put my house on the screen. But look on the left there. Everybody knows where Oregon is. All that yellow mustard up there, that's around the Portland suburbs. And you're thinking, wait a minute, Portland? they're liberal out there, right? It's like granola land out there. But actually, the homeless problem has been so bad out there that Democrats might lose some of those suburbs in a couple of those congressional districts, Oregon 4, Oregon 5, and Oregon 6. And so we'll go ahead and just show you some of those. And once again, no numbers yet because Oregon hasn't closed yet, but 4, 5, and 6, all three of those are up for grabs. Could be in the Republican column tonight. I do want to go to New York, if I could, real quick, because let's take a look at New York 17. Remember, we've talked about this. John and I were at the wall talking about that race, Sean Maloney, the big Democrat, DCCC. He's losing 55 to 45% to the Republican. Look at the number, 60% in, and he's, well, now it's about, what, 9%, 9.5%. He's down 16,000 votes. This would be a huge upset. This would be one of the ones that you're going to hear about tomorrow if it holds, that one of the top Democrats in the country goes down to defeat. We'll see, 60%. I feel like I've been doing caveats all night, but that kind of gives you a sense about why some Democrats in New York are in trouble based on the crime issue that we've referred to earlier. We should point out, Caitlin, to your point about redistricting, that is a district. Okay. And so that's going to hurt Maloney there, but he's still losing.
Let's bring in Jennifer Wish on. Jennifer, earlier we talked a little bit about some of these ballot measures, abortion playing in, actually being on the ballot this midterm election cycle. We're looking at states like Kentucky and Montana, which were looking to restrict abortion, if you will. In the state of Kentucky, they have a constitutional amendment number 2, which would amend the Kentucky Constitution to state that it does not provide a right to abortion or require funding for abortion. With 77% of the votes counted, we're seeing that 53% of voters say no, and 46.7% of voters saying yes to that. So the no's are winning there. We're seeing in Michigan that the amending of the Constitution to remove some language that restricts abortion also it looks like voters are saying that they want to amend the Constitution. How much could, let's say in Michigan, where there is a competitive governor's race, how much could that ballot measure affect the governor's race where it has been extremely competitive?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, John, I think if we're talking about the margins, I think that it could affect it somewhat. But I also think for people who care deeply about abortion one way or the other, they're kind of already baked in. And so I just kind of wonder, you know, how much that issue is moving an independent voter. That we see, you know, at least among independents, that they are more concerned about the economy, that issue was more top of mind. As Caitlin pointed out and David has pointed out, we see with some exit polls, which again, you know, polling is polling, but we do see that abortion has been a bigger issue for people who have voted and said what drove them than what we originally thought it might be. But again, it's hard to say. And, you know, Roe v. Wade for 50 years was the law of the land, right? You know, women had access to abortion in some form. And the Supreme Court said, look, this is a state issue. And so we are seeing this play out across the country tonight, that this is a state issue and people in states get to decide what their policy should be. And again, I think it is very complicated for American voters in that context, you know, the Supreme Court kind of taking that federal protection away, constitutional protection, and then knowing that there is this wide spectrum among the electorate in terms of what they think is okay, what they think women should have access to. You know, so it's complicated.
Jennifer,
Let's
real
just
quickly,
leave it there. It's very complicated.
We only have a few seconds left, but I'd love for you to comment on this proposed 15-week abortion ban. You know, Republicans have said if they regain control of the House, they've got the commitment to America. And I wonder your thoughts on whether or not we could actually see that becoming the law of the land. And I know that depends on the makeup or the composition of Congress.
Right. I think that it's probably, I think it's possible. I would have to go back and look at the data, but unfortunately, a lot of abortions happen before 15 weeks. That certainly would be a start. I think that it is certainly possible with the right, Congress, the right person in the White House in place.
All right, Jennifer Wishon, thank you so much, and we'll tune into you a little bit later.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Well, for now, let's turn back to Pennsylvania.
Tara Mergener is at Dr. Oz's headquarters watching the results come in. Tara, any changes there?
The temperature of the room is starting to change a little bit. There's a long way to go in this race. At this point, at last check, it was 52-45 in favor of Fetterman. That's a little bit better than maybe an hour or so ago when it was 53-44. So Dr. Oz closing in just a little bit. But the crowd here is a little bit thinner. I'm not hearing a ton of enthusiasm. I don't want to read too much into that. But, I think it's safe to say there's a little concern here for a race that was expected to be very, very close. Of course, David Brody analyzing very well where the votes are still coming in from and how that all could play out. Now, again, this was an absolutely exhausting race. Dr. Oz coming in the underdog, made up a lot of ground in the final days. Again, it could drag on for weeks if this is close. It's really unclear at this point if that's what's going to happen. Again, right now, results are still pouring in. It's too early now to know if this is really going to play out in the courts, because if it's not close and Fetterman wins by a lot, then all these concerns over whether or not mail-in ballots are going to be counted, all the lawsuits that are pouring in and could play out if it is close, it may or may not apply, but we certainly don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves at this point. So on one side of the issue, if this goes to the courts or Democrats want to allow mail-in votes despite minor errors, like what they call minor errors, that is like dates missing or the wrong dates on the ballots, it's supposedly there are possibly tens of thousands of these. I don't have an exact count on that. On the other side, you've got the state, local, and national Republicans saying we need to abide by the letter of the law, which is what the state Supreme Court said, is that we're going to put these mail-in ballots with errors aside. So at this point, we really don't know how this is going to play out. The night is still relatively young, but at this point, I think anything could happen. John and Caitlin?
All right, Tara, thank you very much, and we will likely be back to you here shortly. We do have one update. Democrat Abigail Spanberger has officially won re-election to the House in Virginia's 7th congressional district.
So that race has been called a race that they that was really deemed competitive. A race that Democrats were working very hard to stave off a defection, if you will. Let's do a little bit more race updates. And David, I want to come to you, but real quickly, if I can, we talked about some of these ballot measures across the country. There were some big themes, of course, abortion, marijuana was a big one. Interestingly enough, there were a lot of ballots that had to do with removing some arcane language from state constitutions, a number of state constitutions that had to do or had language that included slavery. So a number of states decided that it was time to clean that up. So Tennessee had a constitutional amendment to remove wording having to do with slavery. That passed. It also passed in a few other states, Vermont and Louisiana, and even in the state of Oregon. Well, Oregon has no precincts reporting yet, but it's just amazing that some of these things are still kind of written in the books. Yeah. David, I know that you've been kind of keeping track of some of these competitive races, governor's races, House races, and Senate races. What are you looking at right now?
Well, Phil, I'm looking at Pennsylvania. Tara just on, and let me bring you up to date as to what's going on. Let's take a look at right here, Philadelphia County. This is what we've talked about. It's right behind me here, and you can see. Look at this. Now, Philadelphia County, we talked about this before. John Fetterman is leading. You see the 80.6% inside Philadelphia County to 17.9%. That spread between the two My math skills are getting a workout tonight. 63% is the differential between Fetterman and Oz. Now, when Bob Casey ran in 2018, he was winning by about 73 percentage points in Philadelphia County, inner city Philadelphia. So that's very important to understand. 73% was the differential for Casey, the Democrat. Fetterman only at 67%. He's not pulling the number that Bob Casey was. That's good news for Oz. And if you look to the left, we're starting to see, indeed, that race continuing to tighten. Why? Because that number in Philadelphia County is not as high as Fetterman needs it to be. That differential needs to increase for him to have a shot at winning Pennsylvania. So this is actually good news for Oz, and we'll keep our eye on it all night.
David, we've talked a little bit about the suburban vote. Yeah. Anything you're seeing there? I know that, let me just look at my notes. I know that in 2020, oh, you know what? We don't actually have time for that. So just tell me if you're seeing anything. Just tell me if you're seeing anything major with the suburban vote in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'll do it in 12 seconds. How's that? North Carolina 13 is a suburban vote. That's looking actually relatively decent for Democrats. New Jersey 7 as well, looking pretty good for Democrats. But we can talk a lot more about it after the break or wherever you want to go. I don't know where you want to go next.
That's right, because we got plenty more coverage later. David, hang tight. Well, partisan politics are driving a wedge into America, as you well know. The division, which was once focused in the political arena, now branches out into all areas of life, including the church.
Polling shows it's now among the top 3 reasons pastors want to walk away. So with the country just weeks away from, well, the country is now in another election, Abigail Robertson spoke with 2 faith leaders about how Christians can engage politically in a more Christ-like way.
The political hurt felt in a number of churches not only stresses ministers and leaders, it sets a bad example for non-believers. Pastor Eugene Cho claims a big part of this problem is a lack of discipleship within the body of Christ.
Does our faith in Christ, discipleship, does that inform our politics, or does our politics inform our faith?
Pastor Cho argues the church often looks outward when it comes to threats to the gospel, when we should instead be looking within.
I would contend that the greatest challenge is actually within the church, and that's cultural Christianity.
And he believes many professing Christians in the U.S. aren't practicing what it means to follow Christ.
It's when certain things supersede the lordship of Christ. And in my definition, that's really idolatry. And I am concerned that politics, while it's important and has value in our world and society, politics, if we're not careful, becomes the ultimate source of power in our lives.
Cho thinks the most important allegiance in our lives shouldn't be to a politician, but instead to Jesus Christ.
I think it's important for church leaders and pastors to really hear the alarm bells about the lack of discipleship. Perhaps we've allowed church members or even church institutions or churches to drink the Kool-Aid of allegiance to a particular political party.
Cho also warns not to demonize those who disagree with you.
Because as followers of Jesus, we are people of hope. And our hope is not contingent on a politics or a politician or a party or on trends, but it's contingent on the person of Jesus.
Justin Giboney, president of the AND campaign, works to help Christians be constructive leaders on both sides of the political aisle.
But also change how Christians view politics. We want Christians to be less partisan, less ideological, and focus on biblical principles first and foremost.
The AND campaign trains Christians in a nonpartisan way on how to engage in politics.
And so I'm sure there'll be people that come out of there who are Republicans and some will be Democrats, but hopefully they'll be constructive leaders as they move forward.
Their training centers around the gospel and critiques both parties.
Coming into this next election, we're really going to be focused on Christians, not necessarily agreeing on everything, but being able to have constructive conversations and be constructive citizens rather than tearing everything down, which we see coming from both sides right now.
Giboney believes while it is important for Christians to vote and engage in politics, the key is to stand far enough away from either party to be able to provide honest critiques.
Reporting from Washington, Abigail Robertson, CBN News.
It seems like the message that we're hearing a lot from faith leaders tonight has been that, Christians need to be set apart, especially when it comes to politics. And being set apart in such a divisive culture means, unity.
Yeah, and not being defined by our politics. I'm constantly reminded of what Jesus said. He said, my kingdom is not of this world. When his disciples and even when skeptics were questioning him about, are you the Messiah? So I think these are important reminders. Let's move back a little bit to what we're here for with our elections coverage. There are a couple of updates that we should bring up real quickly. We had mentioned earlier that Abigail Spanberger was leading in her race. That race has been called by the Associated Press. She has won re-election, and I believe there was a couple of governor's races.
Yes, Republican Kristi Noem has officially won re-election for governor in South Dakota.
We have been at this for several hours now. Caitlin, it's been a lot of fun working with you, with David, and the rest of our team. I think what we're going to do is, in just a few moments, take a break, but this has been an exhilarating night.
It has, and it's only just beginning, but we've only got about an hour left with you.
Well, at 11 p.m., more polls will close on the West Coast. We're asking that you stick here with us for more of CBN News live coverage for the latest.
It's the most memorized passage in the Psalms.
This is a guide for every pilgrim, every Christian as you go through life.
The Christian Broadcasting Network presents The Lord is My Shepherd, a Psalm of David. You'll discover the path to true provision, the key to claiming victory over your battles. Plus, learn how to hear God's voice and experience His presence. Get this encouraging new teaching today. Call now or go to CBN.com.
Abraham and his mom Isabel live in the mountains of Peru. The greatest need for Abraham and others in the community has been clean water.
The water has lots of insects and is very dirty. I will get sick for a whole week. I felt bad because then Mom has to do all the work.
Then Operation Blessing came to the community with a plan. We dug a new well with concrete walls. We ran pipes from the tank to homes in the community, including Abraham's.
The water is very clean and cold to drink. Thank you, Operation Blessing, for bringing that water to our house.
CBN partners are changing lives. Your help brings food, water, and joy to families. Children learn, play, laugh, and smile again because you care. Partner with CBN. Please call 1-800-700-7000 or go to CBN.com.
Are you suffering from feeling tired or worn out during the day? Can you not turn off your brain at night? You are not alone. Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Bruce, the sleep doctor, and I've partnered with the Christian Broadcasting Network, and we're going to bring you some unbelievable information that you can use tonight to get a better night's rest.
Wake up to your best life. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to CBN.com to get your free copy of Protect Your Sleep today.
Remember for a moment what it was like to be a child. You believed every story you were told. You saw a world full of endless possibilities. What stories will the world's orphaned and at-risk children believe? We believe the Bible tells the only story truly worth believing. We believe that every child should have the opportunity to dream, the chance to take challenges and turn them into possibilities, the chance to stand on the promises of God, to recognize their place in the greatest story ever told. They have their whole lives ahead of them. Theirs is a world of endless possibilities. They are looking for a story to believe. We will tell them that story. Will you join us?
The following program is sponsored by CBN.
Tonight, the 2022 midterm elections.
It's a choice between two
vastly different visions for America. The stakes couldn't be higher.
At stake in Washington, control on Capitol Hill.
Turnout looks better for the Republicans and Democrats, so I'm very optimistic that we're going to win.
We're down to very close races, and we feel very confident.
Issues driving people to the polls, ranging from the economy.
And inflation is literally just off the charts.
To abortion.
I'm voting for abortion rights.
And more.
There are 4 big issues right now in the midterms, 2 that are good for Republicans, 2 that are good for Democrats.
From the battle for control of Congress
to the 36 states choosing their next governor
and all the ballot measures in between.
It's election night in America. You're watching special CBN News coverage.
For this special CBN News coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. I'm Caitlin Burke.
And I'm John Jessup. Well, as Americans weigh in on what's next for the country, tonight we bring you team coverage of every angle of these elections.
Senior Washington correspondent Tara Mergener is at Dr. Mehmet Oz's campaign headquarters in Pennsylvania. And in Virginia, senior national affairs correspondent Heather Sells is closely watching the 2nd District, where Republicans are hoping to flip a House seat.
Abigail Robertson joins us from the White House with how President Biden plays into these midterms. And Matt Galka is on Capitol Hill to discuss what tonight's elections mean for the future and the composition of Congress.
We'll be touching base with all of them throughout the night. But as we've just hit the 11 p.m. hour on the East Coast, let's take a look at what polls have closed.
Looking at this map from 270 to win, you can see as of 11 p.m. Eastern, polls in all of the continental United States have closed. Voters in Hawaii and Alaska still have another hour to go, though. And for now, what we'd like to do is bring in Chief Political Analyst David Brody. David, we know that some races have been called. We had talked about this throughout the night, that this was going to be, a change election for Republicans. We would either see a red trickle, a red ripple, a red wave, or a red tsunami. How are things shaking out right now?
Well, 11 o'clock Eastern. Check with me tomorrow at 11 a.m. I mean, I think it's going to be one of those long nights, long weeks. At this point, if I had to characterize it, I'd just simply call it a mixed bag. I think there have been some really good races that Republicans have won tonight. They flipped a seat in Florida. Anna Paulina Luna down in the Florida 13th District. They flipped a seat. They're going to flip a seat in Virginia, probably Virginia 2. We'll get to that in a moment. And there are a few others. But look, I think ultimately we're starting to see that the Democrats are losing ground in some of the races. In other words, their vote totals aren't as high, but they're still holding on. So at this point, I don't see the tsunami necessarily developing, at least at this hour. A lot could change. And as we look at the Senate map, if I could just quickly go to the Senate map here, we've got all of these toss-up races that are shockingly still toss-up races. Like, for example, Georgia and Herschel Walker. Look at that. I mean, 50-50. You can't get any tighter than that. In Arizona, you've got the Mark Kelly and Blake Masters race. Now, that says 59-41. But, of course, look at how many precincts are reporting there, just 4%. This is a surprise to me. I thought New Hampshire would be much tighter than this, but with almost half the vote reporting, Maggie Hassan is actually leading there, the Democrat. These are all seats that Republicans were hoping to pick up tonight. So far, it hasn't materialized. And then, of course, you've got you got so many more. You've got Nevada here. As we take a look there, the Senate race with Catherine Cortez Masto, that just getting underway out there. So lots of different scenarios out there. We still have no real clear picture of how this is going to end up. So far, it looks like there's been some good news for Republicans tonight, but Democrats may have staved off a tsunami for now, but we'll see.
Thanks, David. If we could go to Jennifer in Washington. Jennifer, you've been looking at some exit poll information for some of these key races that could make a difference. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing?
Sure. Well, we're looking at Pennsylvania, for example. We're looking at Georgia, two of the most widely watched races in the country. And we know that these races are going to be, at least in Georgia, it's looking like going to be one on the margins. And, right now, Georgia, Herschel Walker is just not even a point in the lead with 84% of the votes counted. And some exit polling is showing us that while Raphael Warnock, the Democrat in the race, won overwhelmingly the black vote, he won about 60% of the Hispanic vote, it looks like, he lost several percentage points in each. And we're seeing that Walker made some grounds with white voters. And so as we're seeing this kind of realignment in both parties, we know that Stacey Abrams, who's running for governor in Georgia, she was losing ground among black men. And so that could have played into what we're seeing in the Senate race. But we're, anywhere that voters candidates are losing part of their base, a point here, a point there, that's where it's going to make a difference here. And it's just kind of fascinating, again, to see how both parties are kind of going through this realignment. And that is certainly playing out in Georgia.
All right.
That is senior Washington correspondent Jennifer Wishon, and earlier we had chief political analyst David Brody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you both. The Senate race in Pennsylvania has been the focus of national headlines this cycle because so much is on the line, not just there, but with national implications.
That's right. CBN's Tara Mergener joins us now from the campaign headquarters of celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Tara, by the end of the night, will we know who wins the Pennsylvania Senate race?
John, I think it's too early to tell, but I have Rachel Tripp here. She is the Senior Communications Advisor for Dr. Oz, and maybe she can answer some of these questions. At this point, right, we expected, Rachel, this to be a little bit closer, maybe a lot closer than it has coming in. What are you thinking at this point in the night?
Tara, you can probably feel the energy in the room around us. People are thrilled to support future Senator Oz, and I do think that energy has been reflected throughout the Commonwealth today in the polls. We still have a long ways to go. We still have, quite a while before there are results, but we have every reason to expect a Dr. Oz victory. Pennsylvanians are tired of the multiple years of the extreme Biden-Fetterman agenda of extraordinary crime, of record inflation, of high gas prices, and today was the day where they got to vote to turn it around, and we have every reason to believe that they have done so.
So what conversations are happening now? I think maybe a lot of people thought at this point it would be tightening. There's been so much talk about this was going to be such a close race. Could it still be close?
Absolutely. I think that with a race like this, the timing of the results is always hard to predict. I think that we anticipated that we could go well into the night here waiting for results. That's still, very possible, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, later this week. We have every reason to expect a Dr. Oz victory, but we will expect the results either way.
Do you think we'll know the results tonight when all is said and done?
I really wish that I had a crystal ball, Tara, to answer that question. It would save us all a lot of time here. We can't say for sure, no one can, but, regardless of the results, we will respect the outcome, but we are still extremely confident, energetic, and looking forward to Senator Oz.
And we're running out of time, but quickly, what do you think the key to success was of this campaign? No matter the outcome, he was the underdog and really turned things around toward the end.
I think really the key there was transparency and talking to Pennsylvanians. Dr. Oz talked to Pennsylvanians. He put listening first. He traveled all four corners of the Commonwealth, hearing from everyday hardworking families about what was important to them. And then he did his best to suggest reflections and proposals that would fix the issues most important to them. And that's what has resonated with them. They want someone who will stand up for them, and that's Dr. Oz, not John Fetterman, who has wasted 2 opportunities in office and has put the people last.
Well, certainly it is still early in the night as it goes. A lot of precincts still coming in. So, Rachel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tara.
John and Caitlin, we'll see how this all shakes out.
We sure will. Thank you, Tara. We appreciate it. And we do want to let you know that Democrat Gavin Newsom has won re-election for governor in California. AP is calling that race.
Called pretty quickly. Well, as we continue to monitor House and Senate races, another thing we'll be watching throughout the night are ballot initiatives. Some of the biggest have to do with voting rights. 7 states have weighed in in various election measures, including Connecticut, which has been considering a constitutional amendment to allow in-person early voting.
Voters in Ohio and Louisiana deciding whether to prohibit non-citizens from voting in local elections, while those in Arizona and Nebraska are considering more strict voter identification requirements. Other ballot measures to be looking for. A handful of states are considering marijuana-related questions.
But perhaps the biggest issue on ballots in 5 states, abortion. It's set to be a key role or play a key role in these midterm elections. After the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, voters in 5 states now get the chance to weigh in on the matter. In Michigan, a proposed amendment would create a right to, quote, reproductive freedom, allowing women the option to choose an abortion. On the California ballot, an amendment making abortion, quote, a fundamental right. Vermont has a similar measure. In Montana, voters will decide whether infants who survive an abortion would be given status as, quote, legal persons. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, where abortion is already banned, a measure would ensure the state constitution does not protect a right to an abortion. Well, for more on that, we're joined now by Tony Perkins. He is the president of the Family Research Council. Tony, thanks for being with us. So tonight, what stood out to you so far as these midterm election results come in?
Well, one of the things that I've seen so far has been in some of the states where we've had governors, pro-life governors, where they have won their races, Ohio, Georgia, and Florida. In particular, focusing on Georgia and Florida, where you've had 2 governors that have been very outspoken and taken a lot of heat, where we had DeSantis almost 20 points in his race. That's quite significant, given how close things are in Florida. But it really kind of shows us, I think, a new model for conservative leadership going back to President Trump. Instead of running from the opposition, really leaning into it. And that's what DeSantis has done. And that's what Governor Kemp did with all the criticism he took over the election reform measures that he and the legislature pushed through after the 2020 election.
Do you think there's a message voters are trying to send to Washington through these midterm elections?
I do. I'm not sure exactly how strong the message is going to be yet. And here's something we need to know. I was listening to David earlier, and I think he's right. Some of these races are extremely close, but that's the age in which we live. And it's not just this midterm. We go back the last decade or 2, and we see a nation that's evenly divided ideologically. We see it on national elections, and then we see it in many state elections where you have statewide elections where these, like Georgia, it's going to come down. We probably won't know the results and who controls the Senate until tomorrow sometime after all of these ballots are counted. So I think one realization we just have to come to, number one, every vote counts because so many of these elections are going to be decided by just a handful of votes. But we are a divided nation. That's the reality of the nation we live in. And as I had said earlier when we were together, someone's worldview is going to dominate. And that's why I think we as Christians need to be involved in the process and bring our biblical worldview to the table.
Tony, the economy was a major driving issue for everyone in this election cycle. Beyond that, what do you think are some of the issues that are motivating evangelical voters this time around?
I don't think that evangelical voters are much different than other voters. I mean, they got to fill up the tank. They got to put food on the table. So I think the economy was the top issue for them as well. That's what the exit polling is showing. Now, I've not seen the breakout for evangelicals, but I would almost guarantee you it was the economy. However, I think a very close second would be the moral and the social issues, such as abortion. Abortion in the exit polling ranked as the number 2 issue. I think it was for evangelicals. And then, crime. Crime is a big issue. People are concerned about their families. We live in the same neighborhoods, the same communities, and we want to make sure our children are safe and they can play outside. Concerned about education. I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to be a few days in gathering all this information. But to look at the school board races, I think that's where you're going to see a huge shakeup is at the local level in school boards all across America.
Quickly, Tony, you talked about how, we have to face the reality that we're a divided nation. What do you anticipate the next 2 years will look like on the political landscape?
Gridlock. And I actually think that's good. I think if we have divided government, I think that's going to be good for business because they'll know government really can't do anything to them. They're not going to be able to advance more regulations that will hurt them and keep the engine of business from taking off. So I think that I actually think it's going to be stable. I think it's going to be good. Until we see maybe a change to where we can actually get some good policy coming through Washington. So in the short term, I actually think it could be a positive, and at least we'll know what we have, and we won't have any more bad stuff coming out of Washington to speak of.
All right, Tony Perkins with the Family Research Council. We appreciate your time tonight.
Good to be with you.
Thanks, Tony. Well, let's bring in Jennifer Wishon. Jennifer, you are from the great state, or the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know that there were 3 races, competitive races, that we were looking at in Virginia. Do you want to give us, real quickly, I think we have an update that Jennifer Wexton did win re-election in that competitive district, as well as Abigail Spanberger. Can you give us some insight on some of these close races that we were watching in Virginia?
Sure. These were some bellwethers that everyone was looking at. Virginia District 10 that you just announced, Jennifer Wexton, the incumbent Democrat, is holding on to. That was going to be the hardest lift for Republicans. It is in a very blue area of Virginia. The Republican is coming, perhaps closer than he or she would have in other cycles. The Virginia 7 is a bit of a surprise, I think, for people who were expecting more of a Republican wave. I don't know what we're calling this, a trickle. I certainly don't think we're seeing a tsunami tonight. This is Abigail Spanberger. She was challenged by Republican Yesley Vega, law enforcement officer, a great candidate. She just couldn't pull it off in that district. Again, suburban Richmond, kind of climbing up towards Washington, pretty blue, and couldn't hold on there. But it looks like Republicans are going to flip a district in Virginia, District 2. This is where incumbent Elaine Loria currently holds the seat. Republican Jen Kiggins, it looks like she is going to pull this off. This is in the Virginia Beach area. Again, a suburban area. Both of the 2 candidates had, very different visions for the future of America. Jen Kiggins really spending a lot of time talking about the economy, which was motivating a lot of voters, and it looks like that is paying off for her tonight. But again, for Republicans looking at some early signs for how the night is going to go for them, they were really hoping to turn Virginia 7 and, at least have a closer shot at Virginia 10. And it didn't happen. That could spell good news, or at least better news, for Democrats tonight.
Senior Washington correspondent Jennifer Wishon, thank you very much for those insights. And right now we are going to take a quick break, but we will be right back.
That's right.
Superbook fans, here's something else you'll love. It's the new Superbook Bible app. It's packed with games, activities, and Superbook episodes that you can watch for free. Oh no! There's trivia, a fun daily devotional, and answers to your Bible questions. Plus, an easy-to-understand Bible the whole family will enjoy. You can even create your own Superbook character. Ta-da!
Falls, man.
Sorry, pardon me. Sorry, excuse me. Ouch!
Are you getting this?
Earn super points to win daily prizes, too. And so much more! Time to get back to my adventures. See you soon. It's the new Superbook Bible app. Free downloads on iTunes, Google Play, and Amazon.
Life is better with a good night's sleep. Get your free DVD or booklet of Protect Your Sleep.
Introducing the CBN Bible from CBN.com. Now, an easier way to study the Bible and grow in your faith. Highlight your favorite verse. Read separate versions at a glance. Click and read a commentary. Or cross-reference your favorite verse using the Strong's Concordance. All the right tools to study the Bible, all in one place. The CBN Bible, available at cbn.com/Bible or the iTunes App Store.
Well, welcome back. Faith and politics. While some say the two shouldn't mix, many voters rely on their faith to help make decisions on when it comes to leaders for whom they can vote.
But during this divisive election cycle, some pastors are reminding Christians not to let their political leanings replace the pursuit of the gospel.
As followers of Jesus, we are people of hope. And our hope is not contingent on a politics or a politician or a party or on trends, but it's contingent on the person of Jesus.
George Barna, founder of the Barna Group, joins us now. Mr. Barna, in the past, many Americans pointed to a biblical worldview as informing the way they vote. Do you see that changing?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're at a period of American history right now where only 6% of Americans have a biblical worldview. So it's clearly not one of the deciding factors in the way that most people are voting. We find that many people around the country will say that, yeah, they're Christians, but they really don't know what the Bible teaches about most of the key issues. In fact, one of the things we find is that about 2/3 of all consistent church attenders tell us that they're dying for their pastors to teach them how to think biblically, and yet we find that most pastors steadfastly refuse to do that because they think they shouldn't be getting involved in politics. They think it's controversial, it's going to cause conflict, their numbers will go down, all kinds of reasons. So there are a lot of issues there.
So if there's a declining biblical worldview amongst the electorate, what exactly are people looking for in terms of their political leaders?
Well, it often, as it always has, comes down to self-interest. What can you do for me? And so you do have some segments of the population, say the sage-con population, spiritually active, governance-engaged, conservative Christians. They're about 9% of the population. In the 2020 presidential election, they represented 14% of the vote, even though they're only 9% of the population. So they understand that spiritually they're called to be salt and light, to be involved in politics, even though it may not be their cup of tea. But apart from that group, typically what you find is people are looking for what's going to happen with their families. They're very concerned about family. What can you do to help their family, whether it has to do with the economy or education or crime or whatever the issue may be. But they're frankly not all that different than the rest of the population.
Let's talk about Christian parents for a minute. We've seen a lot of concern raised about education, as you mentioned. What do you think are the biggest concerns, and how could that play out in the elections?
Well, again, if we go back to this notion of having a biblical worldview and how that's going to affect the vote, only 2% of the parents of children 13 or younger have a biblical worldview. So most parents who would consider themselves to be Christian are looking at things pretty similarly to everybody else in the population. What do they want for their children? They want them to get into good schools. They want them to be safe. They want them to learn how to get ahead in life.
In the few seconds that we have left, what role, if any, is religious freedom playing in this midterm election?
In this particular election, almost none. When we looked at 21 different issues across the country, what we found that was the lowest on the list of 21 in terms of having a lot of influence on how people were going to vote. What we saw is that after the COVID years, people realized, you know what, I've gotten along fine without church for a couple of years. I'm still believing what I believed before, so I guess I have religious freedom. It must not be a big issue. And so there's been the problem of people taking their religious freedom for granted and not really understanding the broader implications of what's taking place.
All right. George Barna with the Barna Group. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Real quickly, before we move on to our next story, what we'd like to do is mention a Senate race that has been called. The Associated Press is calling Ohio for Republican J.D. Vance, beating out retiring Congressman, Democrat Tim Ryan. That was a hotly contested seat that Democrats were hoping to pick up. They failed. J.D. Vance, a Trump-backed or endorsed candidate, is now the declared winner or projected winner of that race. Well, new polling shows the president's approval rating dipping as people went to the polls. A Reuters Ipsos poll that came out yesterday shows the president's approval rating down at 39%, nearing the lowest point of his presidency, which was 36%.
While many view midterm elections as a referendum on the one sitting in the Oval Office, this cycle President Biden disagrees. He called it a choice election.
CBN's Abigail Robertson joins us now from the White House for more. Abigail, let's first start off by asking, where is President Biden tonight and what's he doing?
Well, John, President Biden is here at the White House. He's been watching the results come in with some senior team members. Just a little bit ago, he tweeted out a photo of himself on the phone making congratulatory calls to some of the Democratic candidates who have won their races tonight. But as you mentioned, President Biden for weeks has really been pushing a message that today is not about him. He does not believe it is a referendum on his policies, and he believes that today voters made a choice between two parties.
What's at stake for the president and his agenda tonight?
Well, if Republicans win the House, win the Senate, or both, President Biden's agenda, the rest of his agenda is at stake. And it's safe to say the next 2 years, there will not be much signed into law that does not have bipartisan input. But, you know, I'm a positive person, and I was thinking a little bit ago, President Biden ran on his campaign platform on unifying America, on his bipartisan deal-making skills. So who knows, if there's a split party in Washington after tonight, maybe this will be President Biden's time to shine. But House Republicans have also been saying for months that if they win control of the House, that they are going to launch many investigations into the Biden administration so that we can all just fasten our seatbelts for those.
Abby, the optimism just dissipated so quickly. So if you're talking about Republicans regaining control of the House and all they needed to do was net 5, real quickly, what type of investigations are we expecting?
Well, some of the ones I've talked about are investigating the Afghanistan withdrawal, Hunter Biden, federal spending, and COVID origins. So those are just a few of the things that they've been talking about. So we'll see how tonight goes and if we end up with a split power here in Washington.
All right. White House correspondent Abigail Robertson. Thanks so much, Abby.
Thanks, Abby. Next, we'll take a look at the latest polls closing and break down all the closest races. You're watching CBN News. We'll be right back.
Remember for a moment what it was like to be a child. You believed every story you were told. You saw a world full of endless possibilities. What stories will the world's orphaned and at-risk children believe? We believe the Bible tells the only story truly worth believing. We believe that every child should have the opportunity to dream, the chance to take challenges and turn them into possibilities, the chance to stand on the promises of God, to recognize their place in the greatest story ever told. They have their whole lives ahead of them. Theirs is a world of endless possibilities. They are looking for a story to believe. We will tell them that story. Will you join us?
On October 1st, 1961, history was made when a tiny station began transmitting the first signals of the Christian Broadcasting Network.
CBN, the Christian Broadcasting Network.
And now, a new era has begun with the all-new CBN News Channel.
Moments ago, the Iron Dome intercepted an incoming rocket right on the Gaza border.
Administering in this area, spiritual warfare is definitely involved.
A 24/7 news network, bringing you the news you want from a source you can trust.
In Kenya, 40% of the medical services are actually provided by these Christian hospitals.
Let's talk about the economy.
Believers here are joining together to win people to Jesus Christ.
All your favorite shows now in one place, all day, every day. The CBN News Channel. Download the app or visit cbnnewschannel.com. CBN News.
Welcome Welcome back to CBN's coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. I'm here with CBN Chief Political Analyst David Brody. David, let's get back to your wall. I know that there were some races that we were watching pretty closely up in the Northeast. We're watching New York, a competitive governor's race that wasn't expected to be competitive, and some competitive House races. What are you looking at?
Right. Well, let's just go to the mustard map that we've been showing throughout the evening. This is the New York area. If Republicans could do well up here, this is typically Democrat territory. That's what you're referring to. And then, of course, there's South Texas and Oregon. But let's go to New York for a quick second. Back into this area. Now, this is New York City, that little blue strip right there. A little north of New York City is Rockland County. There's also Nassau County, which is by Queens and kind of Long Island. So take a look at some of these races. And I don't want to just get into every single one of them. But look at this, 17. This is Sean Maloney, one of the top Democrats in the country, losing to a Republican in Rockland County. This is in that Hudson Valley, a little north of New York. But look at this. District 3 is now switched. The Republican is now winning in District 3. District 3 is in the Nassau County area, which is really close to New York. It's like Long Island, which is very rare for a Republican to win over there. And then if I can go to 19 as well, look at this. Once again, the Republican winning in New York 19, which is a little north up the Hudson Valley towards Poughkeepsie, New York, and I can even go to 22. And even though it shows that the Republican is losing here, it actually turns out that they're predicting that he'll probably end up winning that race because of some of the turnout there.
So if he wins it, that'll be a sweep.
It would be. Now, what's interesting here is New York, the crime issue has been big, right, in the New York City area and kind of north.
That's what's been driving this.
That's what's been driving this. But look at this. Kathy Hochul most likely is going to now win.
Well, that's interesting because Lee Zeldin, the congressman from New York, from Long Island, has really campaigned heavily on crime. So what's the disconnect there? Yeah,
it's really hard to explain other than the fact that proximity is everything. If you notice back to that map, if I can just show you that New York City, right in that area, there's been a lot of concern about crime within the New York City area and the surrounding suburbs and up into the counties, Westchester and all of that. And I think that made a bigger difference than maybe the entire state.
It was interesting to watch that race in the waning days to see that the president traveled up there to bolster Kathy Hochul's campaign to seek a first-term full election. So it just showed how endangered she was.
Yeah, for sure. Before we're on governor's races, if I could quickly go to Arizona and just show you, this is the big one, Kari Lake. Look at this. This is 8%. That's actually not accurate. It's about 50%. 50% is in. This isn't as big. It's just got updated. It's about a 10 to 12 point spread where Kari Lake is losing. Half of Maricopa County is in. That's the big county, obviously, out in Arizona. We're going to watch that race. This is an interesting development. We'll see.
All right, David, hang tight. All right. Caitlin, we're going to send it right back to you.
Important races. We may not know. We probably won't know Arizona tonight, but we might know what's going on in Virginia. So let's check back in on Virginia's 2nd House District, one of the bellwether races we've been tracking tonight between incumbent Elaine Luria and GOP challenger Jen Kiggins. CBN News' Heather Sells has made her way to the Kiggins headquarters in Virginia Beach. Kiggins declared the winner in that race. Heather, we understand Jen Kiggins just spoke. What did she say?
That's right. Yeah, she just told everyone that they are celebrating here tonight. Everyone is actually leaving at this point in time because people have heard from their candidate, and people are still very excited, though there are still some here. But she really talked about it being a new day for the Commonwealth and talking about a renewed commitment in this country to economy, to our borders, and to keeping America strong on the world stage. So, yeah, just really a moment of celebration here in Virginia Beach, Caitlin.
Heather, what do you think made the difference in this competitive race?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What do you think made the difference in this competitive race?
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of interesting issues at play here. But I will say that Kiggins really focused on inflation, and that was really an issue that resonated with people here. She also talked about a strong military, borders, crime, and education. I think, I talked with the Virginia Beach Party chair here, and he said people are ready to move forward at this point in time. They are not convinced that the president is, at all successful, and so they are really wanting someone who resonates with the issues that they care about, that they're concerned about, and I think she did that. And I will say, too, that people have been saying that she just worked really hard. She knocked on a lot of doors. She did the groundwork. She developed relationships, and that also helped make her a really successful candidate.
Heather, we only have a few seconds left. Have we heard from Congresswoman Elaine Luria? Has she conceded that race?
So far, we have not, but Kiggins did acknowledge her, and she said that she and Luria share a love of the Navy. They're both Navy vets and a love of country, and despite the fact that they have different political ideologies. So a gracious moment here tonight.
We can always appreciate those. Heather Sells, thank you so much.
Thanks, Heather.
You're welcome.
Joining us now is Meredith McGraw. She is a national political correspondent for Politico. Meredith, how is this night shaking out for Democrats?
Well, I think Democrats right now are feeling maybe pleasantly surprised. There were a lot of polls and, early speculation that this night would be a massive wave for Republicans that, we still haven't seen come through yet. There's still a lot of races that are too close to call. And some, Republican losses, especially with a few candidates that were endorsed by Trump.
I know it's maybe perhaps too early to tell, but Meredith, can you conjecture, or what are you looking at to determine why that is, why the wave that was expected isn't what it turned out to be so far?
That's a very good question. And I still don't have, any set ideas on why yet. But, I am sort of looking at how some of these races will fare for the former president. I cover Trump pretty closely for Politico. And, it is going to, I think, reflect on him in a certain way if we see the kind of massive win that we saw with Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. But if some of the other candidates that he backed in battleground states might not eke it out.
Speaking of former President Trump, he teased last night that he'll have a big announcement coming next week. Everyone has an idea of what that will be. What is your idea?
Well, as early as yesterday morning, I was hearing from sources around Trump that he was considering making an announcement. Even last night at his rally in Ohio, he was eventually talked out of that and then said that he would be making an announcement instead next Tuesday. He said he didn't want to overshadow the results of the midterm elections, but there were even chatter that he might even announce tonight, which it is not going to happen. It really seems that date next week is when we're going to be hearing from the former president on his 2024 ambitions. But I think a lot of it, too, for Trump and his team is just going to be seeing how this night shakes out for the Republican Party and for some of the many candidates that he backed.
Before we hear from the former president, Meredith, we'll likely hear from the current president. What message do you think Americans have sent to the president with these midterm election results, and how do you think President Biden will react?
I think for President Biden, his closing message, has been a little bit different than what voters themselves have said is a priority to them in the polls. We have heard over and over again from voters that they have real concerns about the economy and about inflation and about, just how their own sort of financial lives are going right now. And the closing message from President Biden was about his own concerns about the state of democracy and sort of what the projection of the country would look like if Republicans take control of Congress. So I do wonder if, there might be sort of a change in messaging there from him.
We've got about 30 seconds left. Any surprises tonight, maybe besides the fact that there's not more coming from Republicans?
I think just that. I thought the margin that DeSantis had in Florida was pretty remarkable, and I think that's going to be, DeSantis himself is going to be somebody that we're all going to be keeping a close eye on, especially for a reporter like me that is covering 2024. I think that sort of margin, I think is going to raise a lot of eyebrows for Republicans.
All right, Meredith McGraw, national political correspondent for Politico. Thank you so much for your time and your insights tonight.
Thanks, Meredith.
Thanks.
Well, let's bring David back in. David, we are looking at some updates. Can we talk about Arizona, specifically maybe the Senate race there? About 48% of the vote in. What are we seeing?
Yeah, well, let's go to it. We'll just get around the handy-dandy map. There's the Senate map, and let's go to Arizona. Because, Caitlin, if you say it, let's do it. Why not? You're in control. I said, but the governor's race, listen to me. It's way past my bedtime. But there it is. It's Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. It says 9% reporting. But here's the good news. We actually have this information as well. Actually, 47% now reporting. But look at that number. Mark Kelly with a pretty substantial lead with about half the vote in. Now, if I kind of geek out and I kind of go over to the blue and I like to look at Maricopa County, there's Maricopa County. Remember, about 70%, actually 60% of voters reside in this county. You've probably heard all about it on the news. Mark Kelly pulling in a hefty amount there. Once again, only half of the vote is coming in Maricopa County. So here's my bottom line in Arizona. There's a lot still to be determined. That race is going to tighten, and that's the reason it's a toss-up.
David,
for sure,
as you just mentioned, that race will likely tighten. But what can we gather, just based on the information you just have there? How can we extrapolate from what you're looking at in the Senate race to the statewide race for governor there?
I don't think we can, honestly. We can't extrapolate anything at this point. Here's why. 50% of the vote is in. 50% of the Maricopa County vote is in. And that means, if you think about it, Maricopa County has so many voters there in that Phoenix area, Scottsdale, if you will, that we really can't tell you what exactly that means for the rest of the evening exactly. Remember, Maricopa County typically went to the Democrats, but only by a percentage point or two in 2020. So that is expected to tighten. So I guess that's my answer. It's going to tighten, but we haven't seen that quite yet. But that should for sure be coming. You know what I was thinking here, guys, and I'm going to maybe come to some sweeping conclusions here at the end, but I'm just going through so much of the data. Well, before I put on my glasses and try to look like smart because I have glasses, but let me just say this. Look, if this doesn't seem to be a tsunami for sure. Could still be a red wave. We don't know. But here's, once again, the warning sign for Democrats is that even when they're winning, they're still losing by a lot more votes than they used to have. So, for example, I'll just give you an example. In Ohio, 9. Okay, that's Marcy Kaptur's district. She's a Democrat there west of Cleveland. Okay, she won by 69,000 votes in 2020. Now she's winning by about 30,000 votes. Thank you for putting that up. I appreciate it. Also, I'll go to Rhode Island, too. And let me just put up Rhode Island, too, right there. The Democrat won tonight over the Republican. That Republican, Alan Fung, would have been the first Republican in 3 decades to win. He did not win tonight, but guess what? He came within, well, I'll have to get it, but he came within about 10,000 or a little less than 10,000 votes. Well, in Rhode Island, District 2, 2 years ago, the Democrat won by 50,000 votes. So it went from 50,000 down to 10. Here's my point. There might not be a tsunami tonight, but the problem is the tsunami warning is all around the Democrats. They are losing voters. They might be winning races, but they're losing voters. So they could lose control of the House. They could lose control of the Senate, but more importantly than anything, it's regressing for them, and that's because of inflation and crime and the culture and the school boards, etc.
All right. Chief Political Analyst David Brody, we would be lost without you tonight.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that makes one of us.
Thanks, David. Well, we want to go back to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Matt Galka, who is live in Washington.
Matt, Arizona has a new voting law that triggers automatic recounts. Can you explain that and how that could factor into the races there?
Yeah, I heard you guys just talking about Arizona, the Senate race there, and it is expected to tighten. So here's where it gets fun, if your definition of fun is math and razor-thin margins in midterm elections. Arizona used to have, the law used to say that if a race was within 0.1%, if the two candidates were in 0.1% of each other, an automatic recount was triggered. Then 2020 happened, and Joe Biden won the state over Donald Trump by 0.3%. The legislature has since changed that law. It is now 0.5%. I know I'm getting into a math class at this point, but if two candidates are within 0.5% of each other, an automatic recount could be triggered. What does this mean? Well, if those races do end up tightening like we expect them to, it might not just be tonight, we don't know. It might not be tomorrow, but that automatic recount could get triggered. And because the margin is now wider, the likelihood of an automatic recount is higher, So Arizona, while we're waiting to see those election results in the governor's race, and the Senate race, and other races up and down the ballot, it's just unclear right now if and when we will get those results, especially with that new law.
Shifting gears here, Matt, Republicans had big plans in the House if they, had that red wave or red tsunami, even with a red trickle. They even presented their commitment to America. Do those plans change at all if the night isn't as big as originally planned?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm glad you brought up that commitment to America. We were there when they rolled it out near Pittsburgh, and there were a lot of promises on there. The commitment was to tackle inflation, secure the border, and the other promise was investigations. We were going to investigate COVID. We're going to investigate the president and his son. We're going to investigate the Homeland Security chief. We're going to do these investigations. Now, things I'm reading and what you kind of hear out on the Hill from the people in the know is that if the margin of victory for Republicans in the House isn't great, and we're talking maybe 3 seats or 4 seats, it goes back to, well, now who's going to be Speaker? With a big margin of victory, you thought, okay, now the Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, he's going to take the gavel, he's going to be Speaker. With a slimmer margin, that prospect becomes a little dimmer because you have to get multiple people, multiple factions of your own party on board. So, of course, it's early. We have to see how it all plays out, and this might be a little inside baseball or Capitol Hill intrigue, but that possibility is at least out there if there isn't this big sweeping pickup of seats for the Republican Party.
All right, Capitol Hill correspondent Matt Galka, we appreciate all of your help tonight.
Thanks for your insights, Matt.
We do want to make one call. Democrat Maggie Hassan has won re-election to the U.S. Senate from New Hampshire.
And with that, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
First ROTC graduate student.
It has the power to influence weight loss, boost your immune system, and improve brain function.
We've seen an explosion of data on the role of the gut microbiome in health.
The free Build a Better Gut booklet reveals the latest information about the gut microbiome. You'll discover how your gut affects the rest of your health.
The gut microbiome has been linked to depression and cancer and heart disease.
Learn how to build a stronger, healthier gut.
The microbiome, if it's in good composition, are really protecting us all the time from more invasive things.
Get the Build a Better Gut booklet, free from the Christian Broadcasting Network. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/buildabettergut.
You need to make sure that your microbes are working with you, not against you.
And if you order online, you'll get immediate access to the Build a Better Gut series, a digital copy of the booklet, and related bonus material. Build a Better Gut today. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/buildabettergut for your free copy.
Hey, if you're tired and exhausted all day, you can't think clearly, and you really just need a cup or even a pot of coffee to get through your day, then join me, Dr. Josh Axe, for this new series where I'm going to teach you how to transform your diet and use essential oils and supplements to get a better night's sleep.
Wake up to your best life. Call 1-800-700-7000 to get your free DVD or booklet of Protect Your Sleep today.
Welcome back to CBN's special coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. What we'd like to do right now is bring in Jennifer Wishon, senior Washington correspondent. Jennifer, I just gave you a quick upgrade there. I want to ask you about this midterm election cycle. It's interesting to watch Democrats and their strategy. You know, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act. They passed bipartisan measures when it comes to infrastructure. They touted, you know, the things that it will do for the environment. And then you had the president's executive order forgiving student debt. All these things done leading up to the election, but they're not necessarily resonating with voters.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And John, I used to be the White House correspondent, so that's, you know, that's okay. Yeah, you know, I mean, you look at, you know, a few months ago, Democrats thought they had a slam dunk after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. They knew that this was going to motivate their base. They knew that the midterms were going to be close. They knew they were going to be swimming uphill against, you know, the White House typically has problems in the midterms, and this president is very unpopular. We saw Democrats nationally spend more than $400 million on ads about abortion to try to motivate their base. They spent about $50 million on ads about the economy. Meanwhile, we saw Republicans, you know, really honing on that inflation. And sure enough, come fall, that is what was top of mind for voters. They're concerned about grocery prices. They're concerned about, you know, the price of gas. They're concerned about their economic future. It is hurting them right now. Who's going to do something about it? That's what they want to know. But, you know, it's really, I think, a complicated picture in America right now. There are also a number of Democrats who are still motivated because they're afraid of what Republicans may do on issues like abortion and other social issues that drive them. And so it's interesting to see where, you know, gains are being made tonight and where Democrats are really able to hold on. The night is still early, believe it or not, even though it is late. So there's still a lot of races to be called. But I think we'll have to take a look in the coming days to see, you know, what's working, where voters' minds really were and where they were willing to go, who was motivated the most. Because let's face it, if it hasn't already, tomorrow, the 2024 presidential race begins in earnest.
Jennifer, in Kentucky, voters were asked about a constitutional amendment. Basically, they were asked, are you in favor of amending the Constitution of Kentucky by creating a new section to protect human life? Nothing in this Constitution shall be construed to secure or protect a right to abortion or require the funding of abortion. And we're seeing that overwhelmingly Kentucky is saying no right now. Do you think that's going to be the answer?
It could be. We see some exit polling that shows for people who were really angry about what the Supreme Court did, that they overwhelmingly are voting for Democrats across the country. For voters who were a little bit upset about what the Supreme Court did, but they weren't necessarily angry, they are breaking for Republicans. This is a complicated issue. We know that there are a lot of people with a lot of different beliefs along the spectrum in terms of when women should have access to abortion, whether it's the health of the mother, whether it is, first trimester. I mean, there's just a myriad of beliefs about what should happen. And I think it's, it was the law of the land for 50 years. And so I think it's very complicated. And I think that this will be an interesting case study to look at, after all the numbers are in, exactly what voters were thinking and what motivated them on this issue.
All right, senior Washington correspondent Jennifer Wishon, thank you so much for your time tonight. If we could bring in David. David, real quick, I just want to hear some of your final thoughts as our coverage comes close to its end.
Sure. Let's go full circle with the yellow mustard map. If we could put this up, take a look at my final thoughts are simply this. If you look in New York, the Republicans are winning a couple of races up there, not all of them. If you look down south in Texas, South Texas, they're winning one race. Not all of them. You look at Oregon, they're winning one race, not all of them. It's kind of a mixed bag night for Republicans. I would suggest that they're making inroads. I just want to show you one other race that we really haven't talked about too much, but it's in Michigan, and it's Michigan District 7. This is in the heartland of the country. You've got the Republican winning out there in Michigan as well. So, look, the truth of the matter is that Republicans are winning in a lot of different places. They're just not winning by as much as they thought, and I think that's important. So, kind of to sum up, I'd simply say it like this. Republicans were hoping for a Mack truck tonight. Instead, I think they got the family van driving 55 miles, the speed limit, down the highway because they're making inroads. But there wasn't any bulldozing over tonight. But that van is heading down the highway. Democrats need to understand that for sure.
All right, Chief Political Analyst David Brody, he's going to keep watching all night long.
Thanks, David.
Well, even with races to be called, one thing we know is there are people in the country who are worried about where America is heading.
That's right. Though there may be uncertainty, one thing that is certain is God is in control. Here's CBN's CEO, Gordon Robertson.
Well, our election coverage is coming to a conclusion. Maybe tonight you learned that your candidate won or your party won. Maybe tonight you learned that your candidate or your party lost. Regardless of the outcome of any particular election, I want us to come together as Americans to understand that we're in this together, that without unity, we can't stand. The Bible is quite clear. These are the words of Jesus. A house divided against itself cannot stand. We seem to be equally divided between red and blue states, Republican and Democrat, smattering of independents that seem to make the difference in any particular election. And this has been going on for some time. In the aftermath of this election, can we come together and say, well, now let's get busy with governing? Can the campaign stop and let's get on with leading the free world? Because that's what we are supposed to do. That was the prayer of the early English settlers, both here in Virginia and in Massachusetts, that this would be a city on a hill. Now, here's a verse for you to consider. Now, the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Regardless of your political background, your political party, your allegiance, let's come together and say, let's seek God, and let's ask for His Spirit to govern our land. Because where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Let's pray. Lord God Almighty, we come to you, and now we set aside our differences. And we ask that once again your Spirit would cover America, that the knowledge of you would cover our country as the waters cover the sea. Lord, without you, we can do nothing, but with you, we can do all things. You have been the one who has guided us through these centuries, and we just ask that you would continue to guide us going forward, that your peace would be upon us, and that your liberty would truly set us free. Make it so, Lord, for we pray it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen to that. That was CBN's CEO and co-host of the 700 Club, Gordon Robertson.
May your peace be upon us. I love that. And guys, just a reminder, our coverage may be wrapping up, but switch on over to the CBN News YouTube page because they are still going, and you can find Chief Political Analyst David Brody over there as well. He's not done yet.
He's like a wind-up doll. You thought that he was done, but he just keeps on going. We also just want to thank you all for tuning in, whether it's been for the entire 4 hours that we've been on the air or if you joined us for parts. We really appreciate you tuning in to CBN News. We know that you have a lot of other options, but we really value the fact that you trust us and tune in. And before I forget, I want to thank the entire team of reporters, producers, all of the staff here and the crew. We just have a great group of people, and they made it possible for us to be on the air tonight. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Well, for all the latest of these midterm elections, make sure you tune in tomorrow for the 700 Club.
Thanks for joining us for this special coverage. Have a great night.
Care mostly about the economy? Listen to that.